Okay, there we go. All right, I read, by the way, no joke. Hey, welcome in. By the way, welcome in, Angela, Auntie, Tina, Jasmine. Okay, yeah. So I read on the Reddit, one of the Reddit posts, someone was like, "I did not have a headache before watching the episode. Now I have a headache," and I'm like, "All right, we're back. We're so back. We're so back. So back." By the way, I do want to kind of jump out here up front and just kind of let everybody know. I don't know if you've been kind of paying attention. I am feeling better. I had a migraine pretty much the entire weekend. I was hoping to work on some stuff. I didn't get to it. But I did want to jump out and say, Jules, who was, Mary Lou's friend on the show, passed away, I believe, this weekend. And turns out it seemed like she had a disease that just came out of nowhere. And she died within a week of being diagnosed. She overheated? Is that what happened? Had a brain infection. Oh, that's okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Am I over my period yet? I'm getting there. So very sad. Yeah, Mary Lou needed a hug. Yeah. I feel bad for he was 26, yeah. 26. Someone said she was 30. I was like, no, she was 26. 26 or 27. Yeah, she's very, very young, Greg. Yeah. I'm ovulating right now? What do you mean? Makes me want to punch her in the mouth, said in Jackie Gleason's voice. Yeah, it was really sad to read it. I'm not gonna do the standard thing of people being like thoughts and prayers. I don't necessarily like the thoughts and prayers things, but I guess my heart goes out to the family, and I hope they're doing okay. Hope Mary Lou's doing okay. Who died of a brain infection? Jules died of a brain infection. Mary Lou's younger friend, who I think she met at the horse. Is my brain in less pain now? It is. I woke up today officially with no migraine. I was hoping to get some work done this weekend, and I only got a few things that I need to get done off my list for video stuff. I have another channel. I got the videos for that uploaded. Yeah. Yeah, it's so sad. It's very sad what happened to people, by the way. It's awful. And I feel terrible for the family. Feel terrible for Mary Lou. No one should have to deal with any of that. And yeah, being 20, 26, 27, man, is just crazy to think. It feels infinitely too young. And I feel like, if she maybe was around more people who were thinking differently, she could have been I think a more informed individual too. By the way, please get your brain checked. If you can die from a brain infection, who knows what's causing your migraines? I've actually been to the doctor for migraines. It's a lack of vitamin D is the big thing, and then on top of that, I get tension headaches that cause migraines. I had a full MRI scan, everything. They were like, yeah, you're essentially okay. You just have to be a little bit more careful about making sure you're taking vitamins and getting sun, which I don't do. And they recommended getting regular massages, but regular massages are insanely expensive. Also, ocular migraines. I get tension headaches that turn into migraines. MRIs are awful, by the way. I don't like it, but I did it. I got through with it, and they're like, "Yep, you're fine." And I was like, "Great. What do I do now?" Yeah, the weird thing is, there's a spot in my back, in my neck actually, and at the base of my skull. If I press it, I can actually feel the line from that muscle all the way to the back of my eye, and that is usually where it's radiating. Yesterday I woke up with one though, and I was just like, man. And then I felt nauseous on top of that. That's the worst. I think I've only thrown up like twice from a migraine. Ooh. All right, let's see if we can get this going here. Yeah, but by the way, the episode I heard was infuriating, so we're gonna check it out, see how infuriating. I'm glad I held off on doing any sort of editing for this video, because if she's gonna go full backwards, this is gonna feed into my the video I'm gonna work on. So,
conversation.
All right.
In the aftermath of the 2024 election, America is even more divided than before. Half the country fears the end of democracy, and the other half welcomes it. As America inches toward the brink of authoritarian rule, now more than ever, we must force ourselves to have
they had one. They did
the necessary conversation.
He is out doing his thing. Fully changed background for Chad Batman. He is out doing his thing right now, and I knew he was not going to do a live. I don't think they're going to do episode Wednesday either.
Welcome to the Necessary Conversation. I'm Chad Colchin, not in my regular office, as you might see. I'm what they call
gallivanting. I refuse to say that. I took 2 MRIs for gallstones, and it was literally me laying down while cranking robot noises went all around me, all while listening to K-pop Demon Hunters and Gwen Stefani on muffled headphones. Yeah, I think that is the only thing scary about the MRI. It's not. I'm really bad with in close spaces and being stuck in a space, but the noises were the thing that were like, oh, it was bad. I didn't like that.
Gallivanting. With me is my sister Haley Pope.
It's Pop. How do we pronounce it? It's Pop.
And my mom, Mary Lou Colchin. Any ditties, Mom?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about
Ativan. I'll have to remember that going into it next time. Here's the thing with MRIs. I was pleasantly surprised that I was not panicking. So that was the plus. The laying there being very still for a bit was not fun. That was the stuff I didn't like.
My butterfly clip that I did, the backyard. Mm-hmm. Thank you everyone for looking in on that. I saw there were a lot of views. I made a couple mistakes on that.
Is that some lame joke now? They do that name thing every episode now. Here's the thing. I've got 2 videos that I'm going to do on the podcast over the next couple of weeks. And one of them is the deja vu aspect of the show. So there's that one. And then the other one is the fact that Mary Lou, I'm going to get to the end of this episode actually before I even say anything else, because I think this is going to color how I feel about everything, hearing her say certain things. I was in one for 2.5 hours for my brain. It was awful. I had to hit the emergency, get me the fuck out button. Yeah. 2.5 hours is abysmal. That's fucking terrible. I was in for 45 minutes for mine. Yeah. I was not in there that long. God, man, 2.5 hours. I'd lose my fucking mind. After all, this episode made me hate ML more. Hell yeah, let's go.
Let me backtrack. Okay. I said that the mimicking butterfly that looked like the monarch was called a queen. A queen kind of does, but it's really the viceroy. So the viceroy mimics the monarch more than the queen. The queen is more orange with spots. There are 70 different species of milkweed in North America, but in Oklahoma and in my backyard, I have like 5 different species. I forgot to bring up, if you plant tropical milkweed, which is not a native, once the migration starts from Canada going back down to Mexico, cut that down. You need to get rid of that tropical, because if not, they will stop and they will lay eggs, and then those butterflies will never make it all the way. So the minute I see them migrate over my house, that milkweed, that tropical, is cut down. And there's a lot of people that argue back and forth whether you should even have tropical, but I do have it to attract them coming the other way. Our backyard is a waste station, which I did have for that clip, but it didn't make it when someone edited it. Our backyard is waste station.
I love to see the TNC butterfly catcher demographic. That is the thing that was going through my head, is like, who, like, look, I'm a person who loves butterflies. I think butterflies are the coolest thing ever. But it's this shit right here where she's all like, someone didn't put that in. And I'm like, who is she talking about? Who is she pointing the finger at? This is also just, this is a lot of like chatty. And it's fine. So the plant's non-native invasive milkweed, which kills the offspring of the things she's trying to protect. Alrighty. Too bad she doesn't care about people as much as butterflies. I love butterflies too. This episode pissed me off. I know it pissed everybody off. I was reading, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to read anything else. I am going to just have a good old time being like, I told you so. I've been saying it for weeks and months. I told you so.
Number 31757. There are 260 waste stations in Oklahoma, but there are 57,000 in the whole world, the global world.
No surprises there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. The people who are all like, I can't believe it. I'm like, what are you? What? No, duh. Come on, guys. No shit. At least more in their comments are starting to see ML for who she really is. He's going to start bringing people over here and be like, let's break it all down.
So I'm very proud that our backyard is a waste station. To have that, you have to have 6 hours of direct light, the food, the shelter for them, at least 3 or 4 species of native milkweed. And there are 2 different...
I like to imagine Teensy watching this, cheering ML on about the butterflies like it's the Super Bowl. You know what? I think of that. I think about the audience being like, oh my God, like every single time, like just like creaming themselves over Mary Lou, like doing certain things. And then I then have to also go, how disappointed are they when they have episodes like this, or even the last couple of weeks where that she's saying insane shit. And you're like, huh. Do you walk away going like, oh my God, did I put my I put money on the wrong horse here? What's going on? So Emil doesn't care about butterflies being immigrants, and not at all. He loves them. They can't really be immigrants. They have no borders. They fly wherever they need to fly. He needs to do a whiteboard, pros and cons. She does not care to do. Here's the thing, Tina. I firmly believe she doesn't even care about that shit. I don't think she even gives a rat's fucking ass about what's right and wrong. I think she says things because she gets positive feedback from the community, and then things happen, and then she goes, well, I've got goodwill. I can just go ahead and squander it now. Oh my God. She lets them live. Damn. Really, this deer in the headlights. Why are we still talking about the pool? I don't care if if his lies nearly deprived an innocent civilian of his liberties. That's the shit that they need to have a conversation about. Like, this is a slippery slope, and this is why we have to concentrate on these injustices to American citizens, people that are supposed to be quote unquote free and treated fairly. Oh, and then fast forward 30 minutes, and she's blasting Fauci for the crime of lying. Yeah, she's full of shit. That she would just defend all the cons until they're pros for her. Yeah. That's what I think. All her eye rolls at Haley pissed me off. That's the thing. That's the stuff that, like, I probably just need to do a video of her, just the way she talks to Haley, and just being like, this is who she is, and this is like how she treats her own daughter. It's so mean. It's so disrespectful too. This damn episode made me more homicidal than going to Costco on a Saturday afternoon. Ooh, Saturday and Sundays are awful. Yeah, the way she treats Haley.
Organizations, if you want to learn more,
Goddamn.
monarchwatch.org and journeynnorth.org. There you go.
Okay. And what are these organizations saying about how? What are these organizations?
Okay. Here is where I'm going to say something. The gotcha questions do not pull her into the hey, I'm gonna move to your side, guys. I gotta hop up real fast, but I'll be back. Don't want to miss ML under fire. You'll be fine. It's gonna take us an hour to get through 10 minutes of this, so ML eye rolls and gives up. Oh, Haley, you're such a lefty libtard, whackety smackety do. Haley needs to show up on the pod dressed as a butterfly, so ML will respect her. That would be great. I think we should just start telling her, hey, come dress as a butterfly. He'll treat you better. Treat you nicer.
Saying about how Trump is now allowing monarchs to be killed.
They don't have anything on those websites, but they do track the monarchs and the numbers, and we know that they're dwindling and down, and it's sad.
No problem. ADHD is a hell of a disorder. It is hell of a disorder. God, I could talk real quick. You know what? I'll talk about this. I have been seeing a psychiatrist for a bit, and just recently I found out the place that I was kind of going to get treatment. The doctor was no longer there, and I had to call in and find out what the hell's going on. Who am I going to see? They basically told me to get bent and to find another provider. I was like, what the fuck? I was telling them, I need to have, something in the interim, because first of all, I'm about to run out of medication. And then B, you can't just tell me to go fuck myself. They didn't really say go fuck yourself, but they're like, we don't have any providers that can see you right now. And I'm like, really? Okay. So I went to, because I do EMDR, I went to the people who do my EMDR, and they actually had people, and I'm going to see someone in a couple weeks, which is going to be nice. I will not deal with that company ever again. Mary Lou is a poopa. She's poop. She's a poop pant.
Yes.
Okay. As I've been gallivanting, I'm not sure that I have all of the proper news stories for this week.
I know he's out on vacation. All right.
I do have 6 of them, but if I've left one out.
Oh, a pupa. Yeah, pupa. P-U-P-A.
At the end of this, please feel free to jump in. Today, we're going to start with Trump lied about the reflecting pool.
I was going to say poopy. Poopa. She's a poopa and a pupa. There you go.
This week, Trump's lie about people vandalizing his reflecting pool project was exposed when the DOJ dismissed its felony vandalism case against David Hearn, a 67-year-old 3-time Olympic canoeist. Prosecutors said new...
You thought this was a good episode? Man, so many people are angry about this episode. Bluish. We're going to see, though.
Received documents showed the damage was the result of a botched installation by a contractor, not vandalism. Prosecutors also pointed to the rush to complete the project prior to the America 250 celebration around Independence Day, which was one of Trump's demands. Trump, without providing evidence, had alleged that the damage was caused by vandals, including a claim that somebody cut a 300-foot gash in the bottom of the pool with a box cutter. He has now publicly rejected his own DOJ's finding and chastised U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro for dropping the charges. So far, the project has cost around $16 million. Crews have drained the pool for the second time in 3 months, and there is no projected date or time.
Didn't he dress as... No, she dressed as... what's-her-face from Scream? Drew Barrymore's character. And he dressed as George Washington. Was he dead George Washington or just George Washington? This wasn't the news this week. She wished she had 2 months ago. Yeah. She's so fucking smug. I'll say it. She's so fucking smug.
For when the repairs to the botched renovation.
Do you know the pool is being redone by warranty, meaning it wasn't it was the installation, not a cut. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that point towards that. You don't even need the findings from the DOJ or whoever. You just need to know that, first of all, they fucked up. It was very obvious. There's so many people coming out being like, yeah, they fucked up. Smugness comes with being privileged like ML. Yeah, totally does.
Will be complete.
So why aren't we firing everybody? Everybody that was part of this lie.
Fire Trump.
Yeah.
Why aren't we just firing them?
Well, let me ask this first, Mom. The DOJ dropped.
You know the answer to that. Like that this is, I hope, not a rhetorical question. I mean, I hope it is actually, because you know the answer to that. They're all in on it. They're all fucking dumb. They're all morons running the fucking country right now. Yeah, morons hire morons. Here, you know, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about corporate America and the reality of what corporate America actually is. It is a boys' club where a bunch of idiots hire other idiots and then cover the other idiot's ass. Like it's a combination of just like, let's fucking cover each other. It is literally a bunch of morons who got money, who either A, through nepotism got money, or B, just accidentally wandered into millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and then they take out all of their, because they think they're smart. They're told they're smart. They take out their fucking anger and their little dick syndrome out on everybody around them. I hate it. At RG, yeah. After that tour of her backyard where she got a fucking koi pond, can we acknowledge how wealthy they actually are? Epic money, like millions. Yeah, they're extraordinarily rich. But here's the thing. The mindset of corporate America moved over into this current administration to the point to where now we're just seeing how dumb and over the top. There's a word that I don't want to use, and I'm trying to work it out of my 90s brain right now. They're not smart. They're not handling any of this right, and it's because this is a boys' club. Stop being you with your own ignorance and willful blind eye to Trump's failed character and political conduct. You too. I've had a hard week. Okay. Chad was watching with an Antifa shirt, and now it was Melania. I remember that. That was so lame. Bob was Trump for like 2 seconds. Yeah, and then he bailed, right? And then Haley was Casey Becker, right? Yeah. They're dumb people heads. They are. But that's the thing, though. It's a group of people who think they know everything, and the reality is they know nothing. They refuse to get experts. They go, we can just do this. And it's like, okay, we're going to do it. Yeah, he bragged about it. Yeah, he's bragged about it. There's a video of them touring the inside of their home. Their inside of their home's all right. It's not like anything to write home about. It is the standard, like, boomer, wealthy interior, leather couches and shit like that. And then a shit ton of movies. Most boomers, especially boomers I know, are incredibly gullible. Trump has managed to miss them with fear. They are morons. Gated community, I'm sure. I actually don't even think it's a gated community. I just think they're out in the middle of nowhere, and they have a large plot of land.
Dropped the vandalism charges. Do you still think people vandalize the reflecting pool?
No. And I'm tired. No, I don't now.
Okay.
And I am tired.
Their house is Oklahoma. Nice. Yeah, either suburbs or gated community. I thought they had a larger plot of land. I don't know why I thought that. Look, I'm not one of those weirdos who's going to look up their address and then gawk, because there's people out there who have leaked their address, and I'm like, I want no part of that shit. Look, if you're able to work for 30 years in a stable career and invest for at least 20 years, you can retire with 2 to 4 million. And then live comfortably for like 20 years. Yeah, but the thing is, that is great for, I think, people who are millennials. The people who are in Gen Z and Alpha, it is really difficult to live right now. Just extraordinarily difficult to find a decent job and just to exist. They do have neighbors close enough, yes, to harass as they are walking down the street. That's true. Actually, they probably are in a suburb then. I would say millennials, we're a little bit better off. slightly better off. I've got people who are my age who have been working their ass off for years who have no savings at all, like zero. And it really sucks. Like it, I see how hard they work. I've got a friend who I currently am doing games with who, is like bouncing around, working at a school, because of Trump's immigration policy is probably going to lose their job. And now they're living at home with their parents just in the interim. And it's like, it sucks. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. So, I mean, being a millionaire at 70 is not really a huge accomplishment by the former standard. Yeah, yeah. As a millennial, I can attest you can get laid off randomly and burn through what little you had until while unable to get another job. I mean, I'm there with you. I was actually looking at trying to like find something, and it has been demoralizing how hard it is to get a job unless I want to work. I want to work for like under $10 an hour, and it's like I can't do that. Like that is just not. First of all, it's not worth my time to do it, and then second of all, I would just feel worthless at that point. For young Gen Xers and after, it's been made impossible. Yeah, yeah, it's rough. Yeah, but the right wants to hang Bernie Sanders for having like 10 million, while meanwhile electing literal billionaires. Yeah, it's the to do as I say, not as I do sort of mentality. I was actually thinking about that earlier when it comes to my parents and like upbringing, and I was like, I just realized I was like, yeah, um, this has been like this, like at least with my parents for a very long time, where it's all like, I know what's right and you don't. Just do it, even though I'm doing the wrong thing. Do as I say. Don't criticize me because you have no right to criticize me. It's like, yeah, actually, I do. I'm to criticize you about. I just looked at the part-time job market in KC today, and it made me want to self-harm. So I closed my laptop. I'm in Texas, and it's been that way out here. It's fucked. Like the economy's fucked, and that's why I always look at the stock market, and I'm like, I don't understand how these numbers are what they are, because they don't mean anything. There was a story I read. The Korean stock market crashed like hard. Like people lost so much fucking money, and it was over AI tech stocks. Like the majority of their stock market was made up of AI tech stocks, and they had a massive, massive, massive crash. Then come to find out, like the AI bubble, it should be bursting. It was supposed to have bursted already. They've made only $50 million on like a 2.6 or $2.5 trillion investment, and I think that's why Google stock dropped dramatically. I think Google is trying to also pull out of doing more AI related stuff. But yeah, but the numbers keep going up, and it doesn't make sense to me. It just does not work. I just look at everything, and I'm like, this is obviously market manipulation in some way. But I digress. We're on ADHD talk now.
Talking about the damn pool. Fix it. Be done with it. Let's move on.
But he was ready to throw somebody in jail for this. And right. Caroline Levitt, like everybody involved, was 100.
All the part-time work is like, you must be able to stand for 6 hours and lift 50 pounds without assistance, or work a schedule that would literally end your marriage or destroy your car. I'm 50, so I'm fucked. I'm 42 this year, and I look at all of this and I'm like, I have chronic migraines, and I have a extremely bad social anxiety that I have to suppress when I'm out in public. Working with other people is going to be like 57. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough right now. This is why things need to change. Boomers are not all like they are. Totally not. I agree with that, dude. Like 10 million can get you like a piece of a Kit Kat bar. Can get you a little bit more than that. Just a little bit. I have no confidence anymore. There's certain things that are good right now that are kind of pointing me in a direction of like feeling positive. Um, but I'm not fully there yet. I worked in craft beer, but the managers were fucking crazy. Anyone around alcohol, y'all unk. We are. Um, we are. Yeah, I can imagine working around alcohol though, or people who work in that kind of industry. Especially if it's like an indie craft beer. Oh, I bet it's not fun. I bet it. I used to do shows at a craft beer place, and I interacted with their marketing manager, and I always felt like something was up. Something was weird. It seemed like they all kind of worked there because they like to get drunk. I think they were going to give me a case of beer. Oh, I think they gave me a case of beer one night in exchange for some art. And I was like, cool, whatever, man.
100% trying to convince
Thanks.
you that like this man needed to go to jail. We have to find the people who did this. They knew that that wasn't the case. Yeah, they just lied.
I do believe now because but I saw little clips where like people were pouring things in the water, so I was kind of believing some of that.
I agree. Not all boomers are alike. I'm the total opposite of ML. Yeah, I would say this. There is a segment of the this older generation that made out like bandits. They knew what they were doing. They knew they were gonna get away with murder here. And then they got into their old age and they said, "Hey, you know what? We can just perpetuate the lie and just tell everyone that you just got to work harder." And it's like you didn't have to work that fucking hard. All right, you don't have to work nearly. You didn't. We look. You didn't have to work nearly as hard as people had to work in the last like 10 years. You made all your money in the 90s when you can just fucking make money. You could just do any of this shit. It's all much easier to find an ML adjacent boomer. It is to an extent. I think there is a. I think it's a 60-40 split. I think there's a 60% or maybe even 65% split of older individuals being either A, like lead poisoned, or B, just ignorant. And then there's another portion, which I would say 35, maybe even 37, that would fall into the category of liberal. And then there's there's kind of an even weirder split. The stuff that like kind of scares me currently with the Democratic Party is the split of people who are pro-Israel and it's more the split of pro versus not pro-Israel. And I feel like the older generation's much more pro-Israel. But this is the thing. It's like I don't know that true split. I don't know how big of a split that actually is. I don't know if it's like 25% of the Democratic boomers are pro-Israel. I don't know. To me, it seems like anytime I see anyone who's like standing up for Haley Stevens right now, it is the older liberal, and it's like, okay, email needs to watch Nate when it comes to Spain Morocco thing. I'm a liberal boomer. I know you are. I'm millennial, so I fall into this category of I think it's a pretty common thing to see liberal millennials. I mean, we were sold as young kids that hey, if you work hard enough and you do the right thing, and you treat people with fairness and kindness, you can do anything. And I think we all believed in like harmony. Then 9/11 happened, and that just kind of like just blew up. I think what I'm trying to get at is I just don't know the true split for boomers. Millennials, it does feel like everyone's kind of a moderate kind of liberal when it comes to millennials. I'm very, very much socialist, communist kind of leaning than I am anything else. There's a difference between the earlier born boomers and the later born boomers. Yes, there totally is. The later ones, I'm pretty sure, are the more radicalized, I would say. Unless someone's got some other thing they want to say about that that's different. I feel like when it comes to older people, it feels a little bit more like they're okay with being like ML, where they just say what's on the top of their head, and everyone just kind of has to go, ooh, how do we tell her not to say stuff like that?
That's kind of hard.
Those are lies.
Okay, right. Well, I'm tired of the pool. They need to stop it.
Okay. I'm tired of the pool. All right, gotcha.
The people lied. They lied to us.
No, not the people. Donald Trump. And he's still lying to you. Donald Trump is saying now that he does not.
At least he's admitting that he lied. I'll take that. That's a positive.
Not agree with what his DOJ is saying.
I don't know.
Then he's still saying that it was vandals.
He is? Yeah. I thought he said not, and he let the guy go. I thought he let the guy go.
His DOJ dropped the charges.
Move along. I was wrong. Shush. Change the subject. Yeah. I mean, at least she's admitting it. Like, I'm going to take that as a win. Unfortunately, there are two, maybe three different type of boomers. When I'm a younger boomer that does not align with what the younger generation believes at all. All boomers are like. My recently lost friend is 64, born in 62, lives in England. Aggressively MAGA. How can you be MAGA and live in England? Pirro going to get fired? You think so? Jeanine Pirro, I cannot imagine. Like, she was such a huge MAGA sycophant. Like, absolutely, just literally, if he said, I'm going to poop my pants, will you eat the poop, Jeanine? She would do it. She would totally do it. Just like, I mean, he did fire, what's her face? Now that I'm wrong and can't deny it any longer, can we move on? Yeah.
Again,
the pool thing, yeah. I don't know. I always feel like that it takes it. They should have fired Hegseth and what's his face Patel, but they haven't done it yet. You're just gonna go on a bender again? There are maple MAGAs in Canada, believe it or not. I mean, I can kind of see it, but the thing is, like, you're for reform/restore if you're UK MAGA. Yeah, I mean, I knew that there was a far right leaning portion in UK, but I did not realize that there were people being like, Trump's got it right. Because if I'm in another country, I'm looking at this going like, I mean, I'm conservative, but dude, yeah, Cash Patel, yeah, like there's so many people that should have been fired already, and they just don't do it. Cash is going to get thrown under the bus for Charlie Kirk's murder, I think. He should, because I think either A, they botched that so fucking hardcore, or B, they're all lying and they're going to need a scapegoat at some point here.
Guy, he is saying, I don't believe my DOJ.
Or maybe both.
He's shitting on his own DOJ now.
Wow.
He's still trying to say that it's vandals.
Yeah, it was not. It was
okay.
Not.
So you are agreeing that Donald Trump is continuing to lie to you about this.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's both. I think they tried to cover it up and then they botched it. I think it's both.
Yeah, X on that one. Yeah.
So let's fire
X
him.
On that one.
So let's fire him. Let's add up the X's, right? And let's dump him.
But, okay, here's the thing. I love Haley. Don't get me wrong. I love Haley. It's so easy to say that. It's so fucking easy to say that. Just fire him. It's like, well, you have to convince an entire Congress, hey, maybe 25th Amendment is time. And then also we have to figure out a way to get rid of JD Vance, and then the person next in line, and yada yada yada. Look, it's a whole bunch of people. This whole fucking administration's corrupt. There's nothing you can do. Remember when the Republicans said it's not the infidelity or the blowjob, it was that he lied about it line. Now you got Trump, who's been lying for at least 75 years. The lie isn't the issue. Nope. Yeah, they keep lying, and they keep telling you to believe the lie, and they keep telling you the lie. And then everyone just goes, ugh, can we just move on? Like, I'm even there. I personally think that we're at a point where they're going to lie. They're going to do it. We just need to figure out how to bypass the phase of just having to hear the lie and going straight to how do we fucking nuke this from space at this point. Did Fauci actually lie? No, he just pleaded the fifth. If you plead the fifth, that doesn't mean you lied. He did the fifth all day. He just was like, yeah, I mean, if you break it all down with Fauci, he has been dragged in front of Congress multiple times. And I think there is a point in time where you have to go, they're trying to get me for something and they want me to slip up. So what do? You just plead the fifth. Just like they do. They do it all the time. Dude, every time they're in front of people. Baron Coleman was just on Julian Dory. Going to be a two-part episode. Oh. Maybe we can check that out. I might be doing a stream tomorrow. Because I'm gonna try and get caught up on some stuff. And I know this week they're not gonna have a Wednesday episode, so I thought it'd be kind of fun to try some stuff out. Chuck Grassley's like the fourth in line for presidency. Don't think too hard about a 92-year-old psychopath being president. Yeah, that, like I said, nuke it from space. So far, it's a banger with Julian. All right, we'll check it out. I paused to come watch you. Okay, sweet. Let the fifth protect his pardon status. That's right. Yeah. So bro used his rights and MAGA doesn't like him. Checks out honestly. I don't know. I'm of the mindset right now that the only way this is going to get better is if the Democratic Party collectively pulls their heads directly out of their asses after these midterms and then do something about it. The Democratic Socialist movement seems to be actually kind of in a good space, so I'm excited about what's going to come down the pipe. So yeah, I want more representation in Congress that is actually going to be for the people and not for AIPAC or special interests. Just over it.
Dump Trump.
Well, you and I can't do that, but other people can.
But you want to.
There's a lot of X's. There's a lot of X's right now.
There doesn't need to be any more. Like, you have enough. When are you just gonna let's dump Trump?
But Mom, you're also kind of glossing over the important shit of this. Let me ask you this question. Why do you think Trump lied about who was responsible for the reflecting pool damage?
I don't know. He wanted to get somebody other than himself to say it was their fault, not his.
Yes, to keep you adversarial.
Right.
It's not my fault.
Right. To say that
exactly what you're saying. Right. So, and why would he want to do that?
That was weird.
Because he wants to be the good guy, not the bad guy.
Right. He won't take accountability for any mistakes that he makes. The reflecting pool is just a small piece of a broader strategy that he uses with everything he does to deflect blame to literally anyone and everyone else in any capacity, even in this case when it means he is just outright lying and was willing to put a completely innocent person in prison for years because of something he did.
Right.
Does that not scare you? That he was willing to put this man in jail? This is just a U.S. citizen minding his own business, doing nothing. And Trump was 100% willing to throw him in jail forever.
Email eye rolls Haley all episode. Yeah, and Chad steamrolls over Haley's point. He does it a lot, though. He does it quite a bit. Yeah, but that's ML, and she doesn't like Haley. Yeah. I think she's jealous of Haley. I think Haley is doing everything that Marilee wishes she could be doing or could have done. And she's like, oh, she's popular. People like her. I think that's why she was doing the whole like abolish ICE thing. She's like, well, if I emulate Haley, I'll get some kudos. And I don't know. I think there's just something in her brain where it's like it's you can't keep up that lie. You just can't keep it up.
Ever.
Yeah.
He should be fired. He should be fired. The shit he's doing is like insane.
The whole thing needs to be done and over and forget it. It's ridiculous.
No, let's not forget it. Let's get rid of the president.
Okay.
I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy to be like, let's just get rid of him. Get rid of him. It's not even about that. It is right now about making people recognize like, hey, this is broken. This is messed up. Telling Mary Lou, hey, we just need to fire him. Mary Lou's like, how are you going to do that? Because even I go, how are you going to do that? Right now, we just need to educate people and be like, this shit right here, this is the stuff you should be getting angry about. This is what you should be pissed about. You should look at this and focus your anger at that. Then get rid of him is like, we all know that it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like I said, I love Haley. I think Haley is probably the best part of this show now. But yeah, I don't want to be mean. I'm not trying to say like it comes off juvenile, because it kind of does come off as kind of juvenile in a way, being like, just fire him. It's like, well, that's not that easy. That's just not how this works.
Can I say one thing? This was not on our topics, and I thought it was weird that maybe you didn't see this. In multiple media outlets over in Iran,
I don't mind spending money on repairing and maintaining monuments in our capital. Obama spent money. I think LBJ spent money on this pool. It's been a maintenance bear for a long time. I mean, any sort of monument, it should be maintained and kept pristine, in my personal opinion. And that's fine. That is just kind of like the cost of doing business, For the scapegoating innocent Americans and the entire Democratic base is some bullshit. Deflection alert. Okay.
They ran this video clip. I guess it was propaganda.
It's too simplistic to just say get rid of him. And I think that's my thing. Counterpoint, it should be easier to remove president. I agree with you, Craig. I completely 100% agree that if there is a lack of confidence in a president, especially with the majority of the population, there should be a way that our representation should be able to do that. Oh, wait, there are a couple of different ways. They're just refusing to do anything. This is why they, a lot of the representatives stop doing like town hall meetings and shit, is because they keep getting absolutely destroyed by their constituents because they are saying, hey, you need to do something about this. We have the 25th Amendment. We have the ability to impeach and remove a president within Congress. Like, the branches of government are there to do these things, and they just don't. They just don't anymore. And you have to ask the question, why? Why is that? Because they're all in on the fucking con at this point,
And to get Trump all upset, how to assassinate the First Lady in Barron. Did you see that, chat?
Wait, what?
They ran this video clip. I guess it was propaganda to get Trump all upset, how to assassinate the First Lady in Barron. Did you see that, Chad?
I didn't see it.
It's probably not real.
No, it was real because I got on and snooped it and whatever, and it was for real.
Snooped it?
Snooped. I snooped it. And it was an AI, and it was a propaganda video that described.
I found the video. Do you guys want to watch it?
Because of the story.
The old news she's talking about anyways. They've been saying this. They had been saying stuff like this, but you guys want to see the video? This is from 6 days ago. I want to see the actual video. I don't want to get linked to some sort of right-wing propaganda. Who is actually fucking surprised that the people in Iran who have been threatened with existential annihilation, genocide, threatened the wife and son of sitting president who threatened them. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. There is this concept of fuck around, find out. Like, legitimately fuck around, find out. And our president does not give a fuck about fucking around. And this is the shit that comes up. Like, oh, you don't think? This is like when people are like, Hamas is bad. And it's like, well, do you not understand why Hamas exists? Hamas is a direct answer to the violence that happened to the Palestinians. Iran is going to do things. They're going to say things. They're going to try and provoke and prod. And because they're getting bombed from both the United States and Israel. It's fucked. Well, I'm trying to find this video, by the way. Send it. Yeah, we'll do it. Rand Paul, though, had a virtual meeting, a town hall called in to tell him to go fuck himself live on air, which is great. It's hilarious. He killed the leader, his wife, and granddaughter in February. Why would they then threaten the man that killed their now? Yeah, but that's the thing. Why it's it's the thing of like, think about it, process it, go through why that is happening. I can come up with a direct correlation, you know? Oh, I get what you're saying. Why wouldn't they? Yeah. I can find a direct line of like, why are they mad? It doesn't take more than 2 seconds to figure that out. He fucks around, we find out. Exactly. Hold on, I'm looking for this video. Caroline Levitt says nobody in recent years has faced more violence than President Donald Trump. Okay. I wonder why. Notice Iran didn't threaten all Americans, right? Just the asshole who has directly inflicted hardships and terror on them. Because I think, I think a lot of people in the world, I think a lot of different countries understand what is happening, and they understand that the people are not the ones who are rooting this on. It is the government, it is the administration doing it. And they're doing it without any sort of like care in the world. They're just doing it so they can do it. But I think the other countries realize like it's not the people. There's a lot of people here in the United States who are like, what's happening in Iran is a war crime. And the people involved in this, Netanyahu, Trump, should all be brought up in front. It should be brought and have charges pressed against them for everything. But it won't happen. I cannot find this video that isn't clicking on a...
This is how much I used to pay for home insurance.
Okay. This is how much I used to pay for a car. Those Lego videos are pretty good, though. If you like them. Okay. Yep. Ugh. Okay, let's see if this video is not too cringy. I feel like the only people reporting this stuff is right-wing fearmongers.
How to kill Melania Trump. Yes, you heard it right. A disturbing video allegedly calling for the killing of US First Lady Melania Trump while threatening her son Barron has of Iran's regime to target Melania Trump. The footage has raised fresh security concerns as rhetoric between Washington and Tehran continues to escalate. Well, according to reports...
That's it. All right. The nothing burger. All right.
Stores where she went. And then Barron was also at the end. They said it was released for psychological intimidation and to send a message to Trump.
Okay.
When Dad and I viewed it, Dad was like,
that was dumb. I just don't know. To me, it feels like it could be something the right wing just, this guy sounds like he was in Mr. Deeds. All right. Oh man. Look, I'll just be honest with you. It could be. I also feel like it could be something the right, like, said, hey, we came up with this. Let's go ahead and push it out and let's blame it on Iran. I actually don't think they're not above that. I think they are absolutely capable of doing something like that. Like a mobile game ad. Yeah, exactly. It looked dumb. And it did say AI generated right forget on it. I know.
holy crap. He's going to get him now. The big one's going to drop now.
I never saw it.
Here's the thing. Is she okay with that?
So I think it's not real.
We're gonna
get on YouTube. It's all over YouTube.
All right. I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm going to have to pull a U on this. I'll look into that. Let me study it. Let me look into it. I want to go back to this reflecting pool thing, though, because you're just glossing over this. This is a big fucking deal. He was caught in a giant lie that was at the expense, potentially, of a completely innocent U.S. citizen, his own DOJ.
I'm going to be honest with you. Even I'm like harping on this is not getting, or like is not helping. Push back on it. I think she doesn't care. He doesn't want to talk to you about it. Probably move on from that. I don't know. So even Iran knows that Trump is sundowning because the rap videos were more intricate and entertaining. Yeah, those were pretty good. And geez, she acts like Iran's threats wasn't a response to Trump's threats. I know. Look, she is not smart. She is not smart. She's probably one of the dumbest people I've seen have a platform. And there's Ben Shapiro and people of the same ilk. She's dumb. Absolutely has no concept of critical thinking. Can't put two thoughts together and make a salient point. 90 is IQ, maybe. I think it's less than that. 100, I think, is average, right? Or is it 95? What is the average IQ? I can't remember. I did an IQ test a while back, and yeah, it was a blatant distraction from the stated topic. Yeah. She wanted to talk about this. It should have been part of her ditties, not a weapon to derail the conversation. That's the only thing she knows how to do, though. She does the whataboutism. Like, what about that? What about this? What about that? Because she doesn't want to answer the question. Or it's because that's the only way she knows how to quote unquote debate. Depends on the scale, though. I can't remember because I was on I did one that the scale was like was like 75 to 150, I think. Can't remember. But 100 is average. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I would say 90 below 90. I don't know. He feels really like basic concepts are lost on her. Like basic. Like, can you connect the dots here? Well, what about this? And it's like, oh my God. Are you okay? Like, what happened? Did you get hit on the head? What happened here?
Has said it was a lie. We're dropping the charges. He's still claiming that it was because of vandalism. He's still maintaining the lie. That doesn't, in your mind, you're like, yeah, it's an X, and then you're ready to move on. But well,
he's crazy. If his DOJ said no,
correct, and you always just kind of gloss over all of these things
what am
that
I
he
supposed
does.
To say?
You finally once and for all.
I have an answer on the scale here. Okay, so anywhere between 90 to 109 is average intelligence and covers half the population. 80 to 89 is low intelligence or low average intelligence. 70 to 79 is borderline impaired or below average, and 69 and below is extremely low or cognitively impaired. 120 to 129 is superior, and then 130 and above is very superior or gifted. 138 on one, 142 on other. Raw number is on scale for children. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I took one, last year, and I got kind of a little bit of shit for it from my other the chat from Twitch back when I was playing Dead by Daylight. I was talking about it, and they're like, well, there's systematic racism involved with IQ tests. I'm like, there is. When they were first introduced, they've kind of changed that. And IQ tests are now done based off of region and not like as a global thing. So if you were to give an IQ test to someone who is, like, let's say in Africa or Europe, it would be a different test entirely. So I don't know. But yeah, I scored a 120 on mine. And that was with the ADHD and dyslexia kind of like factored in. Dead by Daylight, don't play it anymore. I got so pissed about the changes they made. Hey, Cujo, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate you.
I'll say, fuck Donald Trump. You don't have to go along with this bullshit. Every fucking X, like how many we got now? 293? What is it gonna take?
I don't know.
He's a sack of shit, like through and through. Everything he does.
But now, I mean, I'm not going to go as hard as Haley is going on you here, but this is one more thing that not only you're saying is an X, this one, in my opinion, is like, we caught him red-handed. Even his own DOJ has turned against him. Yeah. You see now that he was willing to imprison someone who had nothing to do with any of this, and in fact, it's his fault. And that is just an X to you? Is he still your president?
He's the president.
No.
That's a pretty big X.
It should be a hell no.
I swear, in the beginning, I believed it. I believed somebody did do
Can't
that.
do Twitch
That's
work.
their intent. They tried to grift you. They lie to you to keep you in this state of like, it's them, it's not me. It's always him.
Okay.
But even think about the lie he told, that someone took a box cutter and slashed a 300-foot cut in the bottom of the pool.
It's just so,
I never believed that one. I believe someone dumped something in there to change the nitrates into the water to make it a different color.
But now you know they didn't. And now you know they didn't.
Right.
So just fucking denounce him.
Okay. Okay. A better angle, if Haley ever watches this, better angle to go at this with your mother is to be like, can you just, for me, admit that, like, yeah, you were wrong about this. Going straight to denounce him, she's going to push back. She's just going to consistently push back. And it's going to make her go, she's going to turn into a child. Her racism will not allow her to ever turn on Trump as long as the borders are closed. She'll believe everything he says. Yeah, I also fundamentally believe that she is a quote unquote team player person. And because her team won, she's just going to agree. Like, she's even flip-flopped on the war in Iran. And she was originally like, she was like, Kamala's going to be the one who's going to get us into a war with Iran. Well, it was her president who did. It's bullshit. The workers that the government hired here are at fault. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, not Trump or anyone. Just the fucking people that followed the orders. Trump boasts an awful lot about IQ and places an awful lot of importance on it. I think a lot of his supporters have come out and demanded IQ testing for voting privileges. I fucking wish they would. Me too. Imagine that. What would be the cutoff though for IQ? Who would you allow? What's the number?
Over the pool?
Yes. Over him continuously lying to you.
Over the reflecting pool, which is of no importance to me right now.
Exactly. So take that face value. The reflecting pool is very small potatoes, right?
Compared to what's happening.
It's a cosmetic thing, right? But he was willing to send a man to prison for decades for something he did not do, simply to make himself look a little better on the reflecting pool. If he's willing to do that for that.
90 and above. You know, I would say I agree with that. I would probably go 85 because you need a little bit of disruption in there. I think the minimum IQ minimum for military service is 70. Jesus fucking Christ. And on that scale that I read, like legitimately, 70 is borderline impaired. That should be illegal. Especially if someone is not capable of understanding what they're doing, or maybe even not be able to question what they're doing, that should not be an option.
What do you think he's willing to do for the Epstein files, for the war in Iran, for any of the big things that he's lying to us about?
I don't think any judge would have allowed that to happen for someone to go to prison.
I'll check it right now.
But now that's your second thing that you deflect back to. Well, fine, he did lie and said all this bad shit, but no judge would have allowed it to happen. The point is, Trump is trying to do these things. He's now been caught in this lie, blatantly. His own DOJ turned against him. And now he's saying, fuck you, DOJ.
I have an answer. It's actually 85 to 92 is the average. But the 83 is the IQ minimum for military service. I think Forrest Gump was at 54. She might be a little bit higher than that. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. This is where I've said that ML is dangerous. She's met people who are grappling with the immigration process. She sounds all sweet, but then still stands for in the us versus them ideology. Yeah, I firmly believe that she puts on a mask. Puts that mask on and says, I care about everyone, especially children and animals. But the reality is like, if Trump said, hey, we're having a civil war tomorrow, I want you to go out and shoot as many people that you think are immigrants as possible, she would go out there with a gun and just fire indiscriminately. Sorry if that sounds mean, but I feel like she puts on a facade, like, everything is A-okay. They've talked about it in the past too in older episodes that both her and Bob would stand their ground and do whatever they can. They would go. I think they would die out in the streets, is what they kind of alleged they would do. It's like, no, they'll never convince me in this one. But her defense is, I stopped caring, which is just sad. Just blood smoke. Yeah, but that's the thing. She literally has said it multiple times, and I'll have to pull the clips. But her and Bob were talking about a race war for a fucking minute. Like, there was a video that I was going to make before Bob got sick that was basically surrounding the talk of race war as a talking point for Bob and her. I think along with meeting an IQ requirement, everyone should be required to pass a civics/citizenship exam as well. ML and Blob are racist? They are. The last video that I made, the one that I put out a couple weeks ago, people misinterpreted it thinking I was trying to show that she's grown since 2024. And no, I was like, no, what I'm trying to point out in that video is that she's not changed. She just changed the way she communicates her racism. Jude, I won't tell anyone. There's nothing for you to be sorry for. They're the sorry pieces of shit. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just feel bad because I don't like to be this sort of like aggressively mean or shitty towards someone, because I do believe people can change. I do honestly believe that. But I have an issue with people like Mary Lou who do this act of getting like they do things to get kudos from people. But the reality is like there's so many things, so many points where she has pointed and said, I'm going to do this if this happens. And it's always something extraordinarily mean towards people who are not white. I wonder if Bob and Elle have ever seen the Purge movies. They probably think it was a documentary. You can tell that they hid it for years from people who know them, but Tangerine Palpatine empowered them to take off the veil. Yeah, I think that was the case with a lot of people. Like I said, I'm very transparent about my upbringing, and these were things that were talked about behind closed doors, not in front of people. You know, and look, here's the thing. Fox News, Rush Limbaugh, all these motherfuckers basically convinced a generation of right-leaning people that they were on the chopping block and they were going to be gone. Brown people were going to come in, they were going to overproduce, and we would be the minority, is what they would say. That is where this all comes from. All of this shit comes from, is that belief that they were about to become a minority and then be extinct. That is where this all stems from. It is racism through and through. They don't look at people as other people. They look at them by the color of their skin, and they basically make a decision based on how they look, how they sound. And that comes from the Reconstruction era. Yeah, it goes way, way far back. We were on like a really good click, I would say, in the 70s, where it felt like things were kind of like shifting. And then when Reagan was elected, I would also blame Nixon on this one too. This became scarier. Rush convinced old racist people that what they did to others was going to happen to them, and they freaked the fuck out. Yeah, I heard it. I grew up in my dad's little fucking Toyota hearing that shit, and I was just like, what the fuck? Rotten hell, Reagan, I agree. Like everything from then has been passed down generation to generation. Yeah. I don't have children, so beyond the next 50 years, the future is none of my business. I don't have children either. I've got a niece though. So I do kind of push back because I don't want this to be my niece's future, you know? It's in the churches. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. I went to my grandmother's church growing up, and they talked about sin of homosexuality, queerness, And the devil knocking at the door type shit. I went once, and this was on an Easter. This is the shit that I remember. And then I thought about it years later, and I was like, what were they hinting at about the devil knocking on the door type shit? And it was like, oh, they use colors to describe people, you know? And that's what it was, is that they were basically saying, you know, the temptress, the person who's tempting people are going to be the ones who are going to fucking get rid of you. Mark 14, 51, 52. Jesus was the naked boy. I see. Okay. Mark 14, 51 through 52. Jesus was the naked boy. I know nothing about the Bible. I refuse to read it because it is not something that I even want to acknowledge as something other than a book that helps people out with more morals. Emma would be laughing if a video came out about assassinating Michelle Obama. Yeah, she would be the one being like, hey, did you see this? Like they pushed the video of Barack and Michelle as apes. Like that was fucked. Oh, that was just a joke. Didn't mean anything by it. My sister and her 3 kids by 3 baby daddies are none of my business either. I love my niece. My church would talk about how the Bible taught how people of color are sheep to look at after, or some dumb shit like that. Like even as a kid, I was like, "What the fuck?" I grew up with. Look, my grandmother was Syrian. All right. And to me, it always felt so weird that I would hear these awful things about, like, I had a conversation with a parent that was like, Indians are going to take over the United States. They're going to outbreed us. And son, you need to have a kid. You need to have multiple kids. I need you to have kids. I watch a lot of religious stuff. I refuse to watch it because first of all, I am terrified of biblical drawings for some reason. Like those medieval biblical drawings terrify me. And anytime I watch a fucking documentary about anything religious oriented, it always pops up and I'm like, yep, I'm going to have a nightmare now. I'm also an atheist. I'm not a hardcore atheist. I'm a agnostic atheist because I do believe that there is something, but what is it? I don't know. Growing up in the church can do that to you. Yeah, but old religious biblical drawings of like demons and shit, for some reason, I don't know why, they terrify me. I can look at demons that people draw now and I'm like, oh, it's cool. And then the old ones I'm like, ugh.
You're wrong, I'm right. And then your secondary kind of line of defense logically is to say, well, it wouldn't happen anyway.
Wait, what? The Bible is required reading at the Kansas City Art Institute? Because art and religion are sisters in history, and a lot of people read and interpret it in a lot of different ways. Okay, that makes sense. I can see that. I can understand that. I mean, if I was in at the Art Institute in Kansas City, I'd be like, it is against my own personal belief system to read this. I refuse. Don't put it in me. That's what I would say.
That doesn't matter. He's trying to make it happen.
Study from that perspective. I get it. I took a class when I was in community college. It was art history, and it talked about the history of art and religion. I was kind of pissed that the art class turned into that. But it's not about the theology of the text. I get it. I understand that piece, and I understand that there is a aspect of art that kind of stems from all the Renaissance painters painted nothing but biblical art. That was what was important at the time. Luke 14:26, Jesus says to hate everyone.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta look that one up because that one's always the one that
World War III.
As
we enter week 23 of Trump's illegal war with Iran, Saudi Arabia joined U.S. strikes on Iran-backed militants in Iraq, killing at least 20, including 5 IRGC members. Jordan and Kuwait reported incoming Iranian strikes, and Egypt was hit by a drone attack of unclear origin, all while Trump is threatening fresh strikes this weekend on civilian infrastructure.
All right, I have an answer Okay. Jesus is not demanding you to literally hate your family. He's using hyperbole to hyperbolic language to illustrate the steep cost of following him. Which,
Structure, a war crime. China and Russia now are openly aiding Iran with technological and intelligence aid, including
I might be doing that tomorrow.
The location of U.S. military operations and installation.
Imagine having a gallery opening and one of your pieces appeals to a potential buyer because they associate it with their religious symbology or dogmatic ideology. We were trying to clock that. I've had art bought for that particular reason before. And it's fascinating because I did like a little bit of a kind of like I was doing art when I first started like getting back into doing art in 2017, 2018. I did kind of like a little like series of like images with that were provocative. They were basically nudes, and they had alchemic or alchemy symbols on them, but the alchemy symbols have always been kind of denoted as having a demonic bend to them, and having to explain what each of these symbols mean were kind of important to the show. Hey, what's up, Crivens? Renaissance painters also did food study paintings of gigantic, heavily preserved turkey legs. They did. But I kind of talked about it because I was like, there's certain things you have to kind of demystify. I graduated from Kansas City Art Institute in 1998. Imagine what that was like, for fuck's sakes. Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's not nearly as, I think, important when it comes to art. We live in a culture now of pop art being kind of the more important sort of like takeaway from art. Nowadays, there are people out there who do buy art based off of how they feel or if it touches a spiritual or religious aspect. Like I said, I've had people buy art from me. Even the last like year, I had a woman at a show buy a piece because she was like, "This feels like me," and it captures like the essence of like my spirituality, and like the there's some symbolism here. And I was like, "I'm glad that you feel that way. I don't want to tell you that this was a study that I did, but by all means, if it touches you there, go for it." She bought it, and I was like, I'm happy that she has it, and I'm happy she enjoyed it. I had a bird shit on my picture window, flyby shitting. Wait, it looked like Jesus, not even kidding. You should have scraped it off. Sold it. Someone would have bought it, right? Ostrich legs, are they tasty? I cannot imagine an ostrich. Like, I don't know. I've had ostrich meat before, and I always kind of thought it was just gamey.
Making it.
There's an entire department for video work. My photo/video courses were like YouTube safaris, basically, before YouTube. Man, we left it. I have a pic somewhere. Damn.
Easier for Iran to strike American targets. The war is deeply unpopular in the United States.
Kangaroo,
with only 28% of Americans approve.
I've actually had kangaroo. Kangaroo jerky, that is. We used to have a wheel on stream where if people donated a certain amount of money, I would spin it, and one of them was mystery meat, and I got a bunch of like really weird beef jerky from around the world that were like different things. And that would be one of them. Rip Jules, yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream, and yeah, she passed away. That was sad. Yeah. Oh God, it was a brain infection, which is awful. She's way too young to pass away. Way too young. 26, 27. I don't know where she was at in terms of age, but way too young. It's crazy. It's nuts. Really nuts.
Proving of Trump's lack of strategy. Mom, you were, when Biden was in office.
Thank goodness, yeah.
All the time, constantly.
Kangaroo, increase your T levels, brother. All right. I need it. Ask Rogan. I live in the area. I can go talk to him, I think. God, I've gotten my testosterone levels checked for like in the last like year and a half. I was like on the cusp of probably needing some sort of treatment, but they were like, "No, you're fine." Okay, cool.
Worried that he was going to start another world war, that he was going to start a war with Iran. China and Russia are now openly helping Iran and opposing U.S. military actions, giving them intelligence about where to bomb our bases. How worried are you about another world war now?
Huge.
Okay.
Huge. And with that clip that you guys did not see that said this is how we can kill his wife and son, Dad and I even watched it, and we said, holy shit.
It was an AI video. Huge AI fucking video. This is God, man. They need to start taking elderly individuals who are susceptible to believing everything they see on the internet and force them through courses on how to spot and identify like misinformation. If you smell what The Rock is cooking, it's kangaroo. Yeah. Fuck The Rock. Fuck him. Apparently he's a massive piece of shit, by the way, too.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's got something to get. Drop the big one on him.
Allegedly.
I'm really afraid. I really am afraid.
You're advocating for a nuclear weapon to be used against Iran?
I'm not advocating for that. No, I don't want that. But now he does have a big reason. They're coming after his wife, his kid.
Okay. You know, I'm going to say something. I don't think Trump gives a shit about any of his children, his wives, ex-wives. I don't think he cares. He'll use it as a fucking, I guess, as a reason. I hate this woman. We all hate her. I'm not advocating for it, but he's got a reason to use it. I'm like, come on, man. She's so stupid. She says things and she doesn't realize what she's saying. Like, no, you are advocating for it. The only kid Trump cares anything for is the one he wants to sleep with. Oh yeah, sorry. Ivanka or Ivana. Ivanka's his ex-wife. Now they have a reason. Fuck off. Yeah. Why do you think don't you think he cares? Is it because his ex-wife is buried at his golf course? That's part of it. I also think that he's a sociopath. I don't think he has any real feelings for anyone. You just see it in the way that he interacts with people. Like, here, I'll even use Chad. Like, this is like a soundbite that Chad is just using the words that Trump says, and he says type shit like this. All right.
I always like to hang around with losers.
Like, he denigrates people to their faces, and no one has like prompted him to do these things. Like, no one has done anything. He doesn't care. He is just a fucking walking sociopath. He goes and pisses on her. Oh, dogs are coming upstairs. Okay. Okay. I'll just keep an eye on it. Charlie's not feeling well again, so. You come sit up here, Charlie. He's gonna sit next to the thing because he's like, his hand is over there. Did you see the look in his eyes when he saw Mom, Daddy? he look. I think he recognizes aura more than he recognizes like anything else. Like, oh, this guy's got stuff that I wish I had. Like, people like him. He basically wants to like vampire suck all of his like life force out of him. Essentially, what it is. But he installed a golf hole right above Ivanka's corpseified poot. Oh God, Jesus! I didn't say that. I didn't write that. All right, don't clip that.
He created this mess. He created this
for them to come and kill his wife and kid.
The fact that we are at the brink of World War III is Donald Trump's fault, 100%. And now you're focused on this propaganda that probably isn't fucking real, when you should be focused on the fact that all of these other countries are getting involved. China and Russia are now aiding the people that Donald Trump is trying to fucking blow up. What do you think's going to happen? He created all of this. We are in this because of him.
Do you think it's right, though, if we do just, okay, we're over, we're done, we pull out and we leave? And our Americans that lost their lives there, to me, that was in vain. How can we do that to our American lives?
You know what you do? You hold Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and everybody responsible for their deaths. You hold them responsible for that shit. You put them in fucking prison.
But Mom, also, what are you talking about? If you're saying that right now you view any American loss of life in the war in Iran as in vain, right?
Not in vain if we don't do what we set out to do.
Yeah. Trump is 100% envious of Mondani's charisma, physique, success, and youth. Yeah, totally. Thought experiment. If a journalist punched Trump in the face while he's mouthing off, would you donate to their GoFundMe? Yeah, I would probably. Yeah, Trump wasted their service and lives. Yeah.
Who it is.
And what did we set out to do? What were we supposed to be doing there?
To help the good people, to get rid of the bad people.
And so how is bombing their he wants to take out their bridges and their electricity? How is that helping the people of Iran?
Getting rid of the bad people, I guess.
How does that get rid of the bad people? How does getting rid of their way out of there, their way across borders, how is taking out bridges and electricity helping people and getting the bad guys? How is that helping?
That part I do not know the answer to.
That is just cruelty. That is Donald Trump at his core. He is a cruel fucking
They're woke bridges?
Dictator.
I think he's trying to make them surrender to us by doing that.
But you're talking about saying he now has a reason to drop the big one, in quotes, or you believe he should go in and blow more shit up. How do you think that de-escalates a possible world war that now has China and Russia openly aiding Iran?
Yeah, it does not.
Correct. So now the very thing that you feared most about Joe Biden, starting a war with Iran that would lead to a third.
I wish she could be shocked every time she says, get rid of the bad people. Look, that is my biggest fucking pet peeve with her when she says that shit. I'm like, who are the bad people and why do you keep... I want you to answer that question. Who are the bad people? Sorry, Charlie's turning DEI bridges into DIY bridges. Like, who are they? Explain that one to me. Like, I want to know. And I need it written in an essay form, and I want you to read it. Okay? I want you to read it to me. Mondani is the new face of New York. Yeah, Donald is thinking about when he thought he was the face of New York 40 or 50 years ago. Cobra and the Decepticons.
Third World War. Trump is literally doing it now.
Whoever I'm told is the bad guy. But that's the thing. I want you to tell me without going to Newsmax or anything else. I want you in an essay to write out and give me the reasons why they're bad. And how do we fix those bad people? Okay, how do we fix the situation with those bad people? What are we doing to get rid of them? Mary Lou, what are we doing? Are we throwing into a volcano? Are we sacrificing them to the blood gods? What are we doing? Blasphemy. They're bad because he stole my lighter. Damn. That's the thing. It's just like, I just want to know. Like, when you say bad people, what do you mean? You mean the people who are fighting back because, their entire country was just bombed to shit? I mean, that sounds like people are just having to fight back for fucking the fact that, someone illegally bombed them and has continued to keep doing it. And our Congress is not holding anyone accountable for an illegal fucking war that is happening. Yeah, what do you mean to get rid of 86? Yeah, what do you mean? I mean, they're not good people, duh. She justifies ICE conduct and then in Trump's folly in Iran by saying they're going to get rid of the bad people. They're gonna just wipe them off the face of the earth is what they're gonna do. They're not going to try them. They're not going to do any of these things. They're going to they're not going to have a trial or anything like that. Because the reality is, if they have a trial, they'd have to have a trial for Trump and the people involved in bombing Iran because they shouldn't have bombed Iran to begin with. All right, I'm ranting now. Let's keep going.
That was one of the things you hated most about Biden. Now Trump's doing it. Do you hate it just as bad from Trump?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that hurt.
Okay.
That hurt
so
her
you
to
can
say
see
that.
that Trump then
Of course I do.
is doing something that you feared Biden would do. One of the reasons you
The calls coming from within the house.
hated Biden is now something Trump is doing.
So do you hate Trump?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I hate what he is doing right now in this war. I have told you that.
Okay.
You hate everything he's doing.
Yeah, so far we haven't really found it. Sorry, go ahead, Mom.
I hate that we're losing lives. I hate the war. I want it to.
I'm always going to harp on this. I think it's okay for people outside of the actual show to like really dig into Mary Lou. Her kids, like the line of questioning and the line of like conversation that is happening is not going to pull her out of liking Trump. If anything, it's going to radicalize her a little bit more. I get concerned that, and look, I know there's people out there who are like, no, they should take her to task, and I agree. There's a certain way you should probably do it. I don't know. I'm of the mindset that they need to get a this all the fucking time. They need to get someone on there who's a third party, who is maybe a cult specialist, something like that, to walk her through what has happened to her and how do they get her out of it. I don't think beating her over the head with Trump is bad is gonna be the thing that pulls her out of it. I just don't.
To be done in
$7 bottle of Dasani, Mary. Wait, that is insane. That is Dasani should only be like what, $1.50. Dasani, by the way, is basically filtered tap water, right?
and over
Sold by the Coke
somehow,
company.
and I don't see the end yet.
If this was Joe Biden, if Joe Biden had done all this shit,
nasty.
you would denounce him as your president. I can
I
say
would
that
say-
with certainty.
I would
denounced him as
say-
your
Felt the same. That's not me feeling she had towards the leaving MAGA dude. But I think they need to consistently have someone on there that is a third party. I think talking to her kids, she does not take them seriously whatsoever at all. The water out of my fridge tastes better. The water out of my sinks tastes better. It comes from Artisan Wells by Real Artisans. Mm-hmm. When Dasani was new, knowing it was Coke water, then huge letdown because it was worse than tap. Yeah, just got here and I walked away from this episode not being that disappointed in the libsibs this episode, but everything you said is true. Yeah, the water out of a toilet tastes better. Damn. Shit. I think because I was frustrated with ML backsliding the whole episode. Not black sliding. I'm sorry. Black siding. She was not black. She was not siding with anyone who was black this episode at all. Okay. Dasani is owned by Coke, so ask yourself, kids, if a 16-ounce bottle of Coke made from Dasani filtered water is $4, how is a 16-ounce bottle $2? I mean, you can answer yourself that question about anything that is bottled because there is no reason sugar water should be that expensive. She's so embarrassing, extraordinarily embarrassing.
president.
I don't like the way the war's going for sure.
But you denounced Biden as your president, and he didn't do any of this stuff. You denounced him on the basis that he might do these things, or you thought that he might do these things, or that he was falling asleep all the time. Well, somebody else is doing that too.
Toward the end of his presidency, I really do not think he was running our country. I really felt Obama was telling him what to do from a distance. I really do, or telling the cabinet what to do.
Okay, that's fine. But how was the country running?
Okay, here. Okay, I want to scream because I feel like going back to like just bringing up Biden is like kind. Oops, no, you're fine. I thought it was funny. I was like, wait. I thought I was. Look, I'm dyslexic, so I thought I read it wrong at first. I was like, huh? And I saw it again. I was like, okay. Here's the thing: bringing up Biden is pointless. It is a bad argument. It's a bad faith argument too, because they don't even like Biden, and they use him as an example. Like, you didn't like Biden, and it's all like, you didn't like Biden either. Like, I could use that argument against you. Okay, like, you guys didn't like him. Talk about something fucking else. All right, talk about something else. All right. That she either has no brain cells or she's just buying whatever Bob says. I think it's a little both. I think Bob has very little say in what she believes anymore. And I think this is all coming off the cusp. I think she is tiny brained. They need more guests. I agree. I'm over the whole like them trying to do this alone now thing. I love them doing wrong, but it's like deja vu. Like every fucking time, like it feels like I've watched this episode like 15 times in the last like 6 weeks. Like not even 6 weeks. Like the last like year, it feels like it's the same talking points over and over and over again. She doesn't respect you. No, she doesn't. And I think that is the thing. Every time I walk away from the show, I'm like, she doesn't care what they're saying. She's gonna push back or she's gonna agree, because if she agrees a little bit, you know, she gets the nice comments like, I can't believe you're here with us now, Mary Lou. She does this for clout at this point. But as she said, she turned on Trump. Bob would come crawling in with a catheter in hand to pop her. Damn. That is a wild image, by the way. Wild image. Just fucking on his hands like a Ren and Stimpy cartoon, just being like, Oh, I remember Chad and Haley didn't push back a lot on this. And of course, Chad moved on, but ML knew she would be wrong. Yeah. She just loves to be identified at the store now. Yeah, she does. She gets she's a poser. She is. She gets those little fucking tinglies in a certain spot, and she's like, oh my God, someone knows me. That's what it is. That's all. This is why she does the thing, abolish ICE. And in the same fucking episode is all like, see, look at the illegals killing people with semi trucks. It's like, like you can't have those two thoughts exist in the same fucking world. You know, you can't be like, yeah, ICE is bad. We should get rid of them, but we also should be getting rid of all the bad people who are killing innocent people with semi trucks. It's like, what the fuck? Bob undermines her between episodes. She's loyal to him because she's dependent on him. Now, without Bob's crazy on full public display, it's a rubber band for tension and frustration. Yeah, I can get behind that. I think they're two peas in a pod. I think they feed off each other and they're symbiotic. They found each other at a time. They're codependent. I agree. I think they're codependent. I think they found themselves, both of them, at a time when they both needed someone because they both had really shitty parents and they both identified as like, hey, oh, wait, hold on. What was that? I just heard something. Hey, thanks for subbing, Cujo. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. That's the thing. I think they found each other in high school when they needed someone. And they both saw each other and like, we are the same person. They got married. I know they got married as teenagers. They totally did. You can tell. She turns on Trump. Bob is divorcing her from his rehab bed. I actually think he'll be like, God damn it, Mary. More than anything else. I forgot about my prime. I enjoy your videos and lives. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to get more video stuff done. I am trying to shoot the APAC video, I think, this week. This weekend I was going to film some stuff, but I had a migraine. I'm going to have videos out soon, though. I've got like 2 or 3 video ideas, 2 just based off this show, and then a few for me that I'm going to try and work on. With rocks, they're hitting them with rocks. Okay, that's bad guy 101. My recollection is they were goofy high schoolers. Like Bob was a loner outcast, but he could whoop ass. The other bumpkins also, he was a really good wrestler. So she was smitten. Yeah, she looked at him. She's all like, "Oh, look at that ass." He probably had no ass. He probably is like Hank Hill ass, like reverse ass. But she probably looked at him. She's like, "Ooh, look at that bony ass." While Bob was mounting another dude. I can't imagine if I married my high school sweetheart. I would be dead now. His financial success stunted her ability to think for herself because she is herself intellectually lazy and prefers the group thing. Whatever the group happens to be. We'd be divorced if I married mine. Ren and Stimpy to Hank Hill. Hey, I'm cultured, okay? By the way, John Kay is a piece of shit human being, so don't watch Ren and Stimpy anymore.
Running then.
What? When Biden was president?
Do you think we're in worse shape now than we were when Biden was president?
I think right now the world is out of control.
I'm not asking about the world. Do you
stop using this? The question should be, do you think now that Trump is president, the world has gotten better? Take out Biden entirely from the statement. Because you guys were not happy with Biden either. Okay? Take that statement out because you are now identifying as Biden being better than Trump. And she's going to push back on that. She's always going to do it. No, definitely needed someone because of his abandonment. Yeah, he did. Unfortunate it was Mary Lou. Imagine if you married a hippie. Oof. What kind of person would he be? Take out Biden out of the fucking statement. What you're saying, what that's saying is you're basically the 5 people you chose to surround yourself with. I'm not saying that. But to some people, that is the case. There's some people who are community-focused people who are like, I identify with the people that make up my circle. Mary Lou's one of those people. Mary Lou identifies as a conservative Southern woman who does not have any desire to move outside of that umbrella. Bob wanted a woman. Bob wanted a woman. He didn't care who it was. You know, I don't know. Maybe Bob wanted a dude. Who knows? Maybe Bob is repressed. You know, allegedly he could be hanging out in the closet right now. He just wanted fame. I think that's what it is. You're a blend of the 5 people you surround yourself with, or something. I think I heard him say that on a pod. That makes sense too. I think that makes sense. I would feel really shitty if my partner said, I just wanted kids. Oh, no. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I think there is something to be said about that. I think we are kind of a conglomeration of experiences and I guess personalities that we kind of group around. Like I look at my life and I look at, like my parents, and I took so much about how I interacted with people from them for a very, very long time. And that was the only way I knew how to interact with the world was that, Now I look at it and I'm like, I wonder what really happened with Bob getting bullied in Army by the black guys. Bob is Vin Diesel. That's the thing. I talk about like my upbringing because the reality is this. I personally look at my upbringing and I was extraordinarily stunted. Bless because I can't spell the other word. What other word? But that's the thing. I feel for people like Bob. At the same time, I can also like point at them and be like, they're also awful people. Bob is a product of his environment. Bob hates people because of how he was raised. I hated people because of how I was raised. I was scared. I didn't know how to interact with people. Like I had no social barometer. I was like a feral child when it came to social interactions. His mom was extraordinarily cruel. And I understand that. I know that feeling when you have a parent that doesn't seem to like really care about you. Bob didn't seem to have anybody to tell him how to be. Yeah. So he did the most American things he'd heard about: join the military, raise a family, and teach them to play baseball. Yeah, I went the opposite direction. I went. I became like this like weird like loner kid who was all like, I like anime and horror movies. Let's fucking go. I'm glad I didn't go that angle, because I would be so sad right now. I think it's a saying that's kind of gotten that's the kind of heritage in the boomers' favorite child discipline toolbox. The one where they're hammered home the concept of guilt by association. Yeah. He has problems with language comprehension and treats conversations like a conflict rather than a collaboration. I think they all kind of do. Like, I'm going to throw them all under, I'm going to lump them all together. I think the entire family has that problem. Everything seems like a conflict. It's not a conversation. It's not a, hey, do you understand where I'm coming from talk. It is I know these talks because I've had these talks with family members where everyone is just like, why are you attacking me? And it's like, I'm not trying to attack you. You know, I'm not. I'm trying to get a point across, being like, this is what's hurting me. And it's like, no, you're attacking me. You're telling me what I did wrong. It's like, no, I'm trying to explain to you what happened. Do not turn this around, because that's what happens. In families like this, they turn it around on you. They make it you've loaded a gun and you've fired bullets at me. I left my home at age 16 pregnant. Oh, ay. His mom was cruel. Yeah. Mary Lou doesn't know anything about history or how the world works, which is so weird, because if you go into college, you graduate college, you should know something. You watch the series Evil yet? Is it a documentary series? Because I haven't, but I think it sounds familiar. I grew up in a military family. The revolving door of friendships has definitely left a mark on my attachment to the tribe. Me too. I moved around quite a bit. Yanked out of school a couple different times, dropped into another school. It really fucks you up, because you don't have this connection to people at all. And that is the thing that I think for the last like 40 years of my life, I just wanted a connection to people. I want to have like a friend or like a best friend, stuff like that. It's not there. It doesn't exist. And it's really hard for me to make those connections, you know? Yeah, adversarial. The conflict is the point of this podcast. It's all adversarialism in front of the lens. Oh, it's religion horror? I will check it out. There's this documentary, Deliver Us from Evil, that is like one of the most disturbing documentaries I've ever watched. And it's based on I think it's the Catholic Church, and a priest that was like moved from church to church after doing horrible things at each of these churches. Don't watch it if you have trouble with certain topics. We saw it did we see it in the theater? There used to be a little college theater in Austin that the Adobe, I think it was called. I want to see ML suddenly do that scary Bilbo Golden face. Oh God. Wasn't just us that moved in and out of communities. Everyone in the community was moving in and out of the community. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. I was in and out. By the way, I really want them to get a cult specialist on the show, because I think it would benefit them hardcore to have someone who knows what they're talking about try and help them navigate this stuff, instead of them trying to like grasp at straws. I just feel this is the hardest thing for them to fucking do.
Do you think America is in worse shape now than it was when Biden was in office?
I think there's more crazy people, and I do think it's a little bit worse. Yes.
Right. Okay. That's Donald Trump's fault.
You can draw a straight line from basically every problem we have in this country right now, or everything comparatively as a problem. rising prices of everything, gas, groceries, blah, blah, blah. That's because of Trump's tariffs and his horrible relationships now with all of our trade partners globally. The war in Iran. Obviously, he started that without congressional approval. Nobody thinks it's a good idea. Nobody's ever thought it was a good idea. He has no exit plan. And now he's just doing his daily threats on Twitter. I'm going to bomb your bridges. I'm going to blow you up. All this fucking shit. This reflecting pool thing. He's now willing to jail people, innocent people, to make himself look better. ICE. You don't like what ICE is doing. They're, again, rounding up people. I saw a bunch of videos this week about it, where they're just fucking forcing people down in the streets who are here legally, not U.S. citizens, but on their way to get that status. And they're just rounding up whoever they can. So all these things are because of him. Policies he has implemented, things he is doing.
She doesn't care about this.
And we do have closed borders. Thank God.
See?
Did you see what happened in Spain?
Yes.
Yeah.
I could have.
So thank God we have closed borders.
I could have told you exactly what she was going to say there. She's going to bring up borders. But you ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan. Apple and Amazon got tariff refunds? Yes, they did.
Or that could be happening to our country.
Okay, fine.
And it did.
All right. We've got closed borders, right?
Yes.
We have a war in Iran. We have escalating prices on everything. We have pedophiles being protected by the United States government in the Epstein files. We have ICE in the streets killing people without repercussion. All of this, you think, is worth, in quotes, closed borders?
I like our borders are closed. Yes, I do. And you just polish over that.
No,
but I think here's where you redirect. Well, no, Mary Lou, Mom, we were talking about this, Mom. You know, the thing that you're focused on is this. Our borders are closed. But a few weeks ago you said abolish ICE. Where do you get that from? Where are you pulling abolish ICE from? If you believe the borders were successfully closed, then you should be happy about what's been going on with ICE. You should be praising it. But you have these two different thoughts in your head. This is stuff that I get really pissed off about. You say you hate brown people and you want to hurt them more than you want everyone to prosper. I mean, we don't have closed borders. People are still coming in. He just won't let them show numbers. It is impossible to completely close borders. It is completely impossible. They have literally large swaths of areas without fencing. You know? How dare you want a better life? Yeah, how dare you? You're taking away good jobs from people who don't want to do those jobs. It's like, that's the other thing too that Mary Lou does not understand is like, they always bring up this whole thing like they're taking jobs. It's like, no, they're actually doing jobs that no one wants to do, which is, in my personal opinion, those jobs should be paid more anyway. We should be paying people a lot more for jobs where you're doing cleaning and all that stuff. Because it's not a good job. It's not a fun job. There should be an incentive to do it, you know? We don't have closed borders. Okay, hold on. How dare you want a better life? Horrible lives give people character and shorelines. Like no one has ever entered the country by boat, right? That's the other thing too. They don't ever think about any of these things. They just take Trump at his word and they're like, yeah, we're keeping all the illegals out of here. And it's like, oh my fucking God. No, you're not. People, first of all, I think there is less people coming in because they don't want to come into the country because it's like, who wants to live with that fucking stress of being like, I could be deported at any fucking point, at any point in time just based on what I look like, you know? This whole thing, I like that the borders are closed. Now, I just want them to be like, do you actually believe that? He's lied about the war, the pool, the Epstein files, and you think this? Yeah. I mean, she doesn't care. That's the thing that like I wish one of them would say like, Mom, I actually think that you are just telling us these things. That you believe that we're kind of accepting that there are bad things that you hate about. There are these things you hate about Trump. But I think that you're just telling that to appease me and appease Haley. Can you tell me like why is it that you say one thing one day, like abolish ICE, but the next you're like, I'm glad that we have our border secured? Like these two thoughts don't exist together. Because to me, that would be a very valid question. Like, explain it to me. I'm going to let you talk for the next 15 minutes. I want you to tell me everything that you feel and how you see it, and I want to understand it. Because I think that's the thing that I want to understand is, why do you believe that? Why do you feel that way? Is there any substance behind what you're saying? Are you just parroting stuff? How many Americans ran to apply for jobs picking fruit and vegetables? None. Exactly. Because here's the shitty part about that is because, first of all, the people who have those jobs or who are providing those jobs do not pay very well. They want to pay off the table too. They don't want to pay taxes. And then that is backbreaking labor. And most Americans are like, I'm above that. It's literally, it is what it is. It's wrong. It's wrong on every front. We should be paying people more. We should be paying, we should be allowing people who are, if they are immigrants, they should be able to get paid enough to pay taxes and own a home or rent or whatever. It just feels like a system problem, like all around when it comes to those type of jobs. I got 20 minutes. No, you're good. It is exploitation. Yeah, it is. Soon it'll be all I read that as like rowboats, and I was like, what? But yes, it'd be robots doing those jobs, I reckon. Probably. We'll see. We'll see how the AI situation kind of pans out. I have a sneaking suspicion that is going to crumble soon.
Polishing over it.
Yes, think about that. No, think about that.
Look, we're going through this one a little bit quicker than normal, so.
They are protecting grown men who raped children.
That's the other angle that, like, it is such a. I always put myself in Mary Lou's mind, and I go, if I heard someone that I really care about getting criticized in that way, and I didn't believe, and I don't want to believe it, and I feel like I shouldn't believe it, I would be like, no, you're just saying it. Robot maintenance is also going to be expensive. It's going to be very expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it being that way. The farmers, by the way, are not making any money right now. And if they are, they're getting basically just money directly from the government to help supplement what they're making off of crops and shit. And it's not much. A lot of these guys have gotten screwed because of Trump's policies. So yeah. Watch her process this shit. Look at what she's telegraphing on her face. I know. More like pretending to process. Yeah.
That alone should have you concerned. That is more important than closed borders, in my opinion. Finding all of these people that raped children, trafficked children, that is more important than closing the fucking border.
Of course, I don't agree with what you're saying.
That's one of my favorite videos from the early 2000s.
You don't agree that they're protecting pedophiles?
No, I agree that is not right.
Okay.
That is more important. That is the most important thing happening in the United States, is that there is a cover-up of the fucking Epstein files because Trump is in them. The president of the United States is part of that ring.
Sorry, I'm watching for Charlie right now. He's been sick today again, so we're keeping an eye on him. He's like normal, but he's got his upset stomach. He's acting like a teenager who's being lectured. Yeah, because that's what she is deep down inside. I'm not wrong. You don't understand, Mom. He'll never understand how much I really love him. Okay? We're going to get married and we're going to run away and we're going to be like fucking millionaires. Fuck you. I'm going to be a pop star, Mom. He's going to be my manager.
That is why we don't have all the information. That is why we don't have all the names, because he's part.
Yeah, the Epstein class is going to be the downfall of the modern era. Yeah.
of that ring.
That's your opinion right now.
No, it's not. We know that his name, even in the unredacted stuff they released, has appeared more than anyone else. They did just this week. I didn't put this on the list, but a judge ordered the DOJ to turn over unredacted files to that judge. That judge now has them and is reviewing them. But what is in those files, who knows? Like, did they give the judge all of the redacted files? We don't know. It's very clear that Trump...
Immature, intellectually stunted. I'm both of those, by the way. Self-absorbed, a little bit of that too. In an extreme... in an extreme empathy deficit. That's the only thing I can't identify with. Like, I even have a hard time not trying to empathize with Mary Lou, like when I'm watching these, because even I'm like, don't be this mean to her. This is a weird part about the whole thing. It's like, I feel like I stand up for her when it comes to the verbal assault stuff. Like, I'm not saying they're verbally assaulting her. I feel like they come at her pretty hard. And I don't think it benefits her at all. I think, if anything, it either A, forces her into making a statement that she doesn't truly believe, or B, she pushes back and then digs her heels in like a 5-year-old.
His DOJ, Todd Blanche, they are all trying to protect whoever is in those files. How could you think it was anyone else other than Trump, knowing that he's already in the unredacted shit that many times? And every time he even this week, he came out and was like, I can speak about the Epstein files because I'm exonerated, so it's fine. Every time he speaks about him, he mentions that he's not guilty. He's exonerated. That's been proven. Right. Why would he have to say that all the time?
I don't know.
I empathize with her like she's a teenager, but she's not a teenager, so I'm a little bit more impatient about her inability to reckon with reality. I agree with that one. Yeah. That's why there aren't as patient anymore. Like I said, I understand. I understand. The problem with them being not patient, though, is that we're going through the same cycle of questioning and answer response on both ends. I don't know how many times they can bringing up the Epstein files, and she's like, "But he says he's innocent." So she's gonna keep saying that until all of the files come out and she sits down and reads them all and understands it. That's because Chad sucks. I know, that's the joke. That's the joke. But no, the thing is, they just need to have other people interacting with Mary Lou. I think that is the key to pushing her forward. Pushing her. We talk about, I know. I think that's the thing, to push her forward, okay? She needs a third party coming in, just like Nate, just like Peppermint, even though I feel like that has gone in one ear and out the other now. Ted Loki has to start over and go way slower, or like you said, get other people for sure. Yeah. I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm like a broken record now. Mary Lou does the thing where she goes, I'm cured. And then everyone's all like, yeah. And then the next week she's like, guess what? Someone reminded me that I'm actually racist. And she goes, check out what I can say now. She just looks for ammo to return fire while ignoring the effects of incoming fire. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's a very teenager way of handling a conversation. So yeah. As I said before, she's been sheltered by Bob's financial success, and she's making it her kid's job to do the thinking she should be able to do to bring her experiences she needs to grow. That's incredibly unfair on her kids. I agree with you on that one. But her kids took it upon themselves to be like, I want to fix my relationship with my parents. That is the angle this whole entire podcast is. Coming from. They're like, hey, we want to make our parents see what we see. Like I said, MAGA has to start over with basics of stuff we've learned in middle school. I'm serious. I agree. MAGA, it's 1 + 1 = 3. It's not even 1 × 1. It's 1 + 1. Let's go simpler. All her kids want is to have the mom that raised them back from the cult. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like she's probably been this insufferable their entire fucking life, just not nearly as bigoted up front. Emil understands best from the short form videos. Is anything good? We're just ranting at this point. Of course, they have to fight to save their mom. It's a tragedy. Yeah, I mean, there's a part of me that like I get why they're doing it. I've had the same kind of conversation with myself in therapy and in EMDR, where I ask, how could I talk to my parents so that they understand, they see me, and they care about me and love me? And I look at this and I go, they have something special here. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But it feels like they're using catharsis to get out their emotions so they can deal with each other throughout the week. And then it builds to a head. They get the catharsis out, they get the anger out, and they start all over again. It just feels like they're in a one of those like anger rooms where they're just destroying shit. They do it, they feel good for like a week, and then they have to go back and they have to do it again. And this is why we keep hearing the same comments like, what about the border, Mom? What about Trump and the Epstein files, Mom? And she says the same shit every fucking time. Every time. I think ML does better from short form videos, but I think the videos that she does well from, like when she's taking in information, all are reinforced things that she believes. I think there's been very few occasions where Chad has shown her a video and she's been like, oh, very few. In middle school, some of the kids had letters excusing them from learning about the basics of evolution. Oh, I went to school like that too. Fucking, the ultra religious in the area were like, my kids are not going to be taught that they came from monkeys. It's like, fuck. My parents made it impossible for me to stay in their lives, and I'm not one to argue with people who make it clear that I don't belong in their group, so I walked away from my family in 2007. Yeah, I remember you telling us about that. I'm sorry that you had to kind of go through that, and I'm sorry that your mom, like, look, it is really sad when someone passes away, and especially if like you have like unfinished business or you like there's something that needs to be like communicated. Because I feel like there's stuff that needs to be communicated. Monkeys about 3 million years ago. That or they're just fucking R-worded. Yeah. My condolences. Yeah. Look, I look at this situation, for me, like I think about if my parents died. My repetition fault. No, you're fine. You're fine. You can. This whole entire podcast is, or not podcast. This whole entire stream is repetition. It's just fine. Like I was taught the monkey trials in high school, and saying that you experienced that. Yeah. I'll be honest. Like there's certain things that I wish I could communicate to. Like I've been pretty open. It's like my dad, like there's some stuff that I wish I could be like, hey, look, like I wish things could have been done differently. I wish we could have actually had a relationship. Same thing with my mom too. I feel like I don't have that type of relationship with any of my parents. I always leave the door open. Like if they want to come in, they want to come into my life, they want to interact with me, talk with me, I will accept them however they are. And whatever they believe or feel, I will accept it. But they have to also come in knowing that this is not going to be a one-sided thing where I they were talking snakes and magical fruits that gave knowledge. Look. Okay, that broke me a little bit. But this is the thing, like I've said this out loud in EMDR. No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't apologize. In EMDR before, that if they wanted to come back in my life, the whole entire thing would be, hey, look, you can come to me, you can be like, hey, I want to have a relationship, but you have to uphold that end of the bargain. Because the next time we do this thing where it's like, hey, I want to be there in your life, and you don't follow through with that, I can't do that anymore. You know? I got told like on a few different occasions, like, why don't you call us more? And it was like, you never did the same thing to me though. You never doted over me as a child. I didn't have that connection. I don't have that familial connection. And that's like one of the few things, like when I go through EMDR and I discuss it, I go, this is what I need. I need it as a kid. I need it as an adult. I need a person that, who is, okay, hold on, my dog's like losing their mind. Who is a parent who tells me they care about me and they love me and they mean it. I did not get that connection at all. That has never existed. I never thought I'd say this, but I actually miss Bob. I do too. You knew exactly what you were getting with him, yet you could see glimmers of care that he has for his kids. Here's the thing about Bob, though. Here's what I liked about Bob. Bob, you had a reason to be angry. With the show now, all you can do is look at Mary Lou and go, I feel sorry for you. I actually feel sorry for you because you are not capable of having a conversation and you cannot hold your own in a conversation. Bob screamed. All right. So it masked the sadness of what this actually is. Bob is somehow the fun dad and fucked up as he is. Yeah. I think he was an abusive dad too, though. I think show's missing the contrast of Bob for sure. Mary was able to be the monkey in the middle in that dynamic, but between Bob and the kids. Yeah. She's an object of pity. Yeah. There's just something missing with Bob not being there. You had a reason to be upset and angry. No, actually, he teases his kids. You can actually tell he doesn't mean it. Meanwhile, ML seems to intentionally want to throw jabs at Chad and Haley. I think it's more Haley than Chad. From a distance, yeah. As part of the show, not in real life, yeah.
There's something else you hadn't brought up. Did you see where Trump, it is so bad that the truck drivers...
Well, yeah, Bob screaming and destroying any actual discussion wasn't really a good thing for the show either. It was entertaining for a bit. Here's the flip side of this. It made the Wednesday episodes more impactful. There was one day out of the week where we got Bob just being like, you know. Then you have the Wednesday episode where you're like, okay, we can now have this conversation. And that is it, you know. Like I liked the is she doing the truck driver thing again? Mama's boy and daddy's girl. Yeah, it's true. She doing the whole truck driver shit? Fuck yeah, this is the thing I hit her on every fucking time. Okay. My son went to trucking school. Look.
That do not have.
There's nothing wrong with being a truck driver. I'm just going to say this. If she keeps fucking talking about this, at this point, it's kind of on Chad to imply, yeah. Mothers and daughters are eventually rivals. Ugh. Yeah, simply not educating her. Like I said, bring up the fact that you said abolish ICE a few weeks ago. Where is this coming from? These two thoughts do not exist in the same world. Sorry, they don't.
Have the correct licenses that should not be in those trucks. He is doing stop checks, going to pull them out, and guess who he's putting in there to drive?
That's
Elon Musk.
Our veterans.
Okay.
Our veterans. He's giving jobs.
How do you think
none of that's real?
Yeah. How do you
that
think
is
that,
real?
Mom,
he was on TV about it.
So you're telling me that if your first language is Spanish, that you don't know how to drive a fucking car?
I didn't say that at all.
Hang on a minute.
I said
you implied it.
People that do not have the correct licenses to be driving those trucks.
Right. How do you think a person who does not have the correct license gets behind the wheel of one of those trucks? How does that happen?
Right.
Your governor gives them the licenses.
Okay, here's where you go, My governor doesn't give out licenses. The DMV gives out licenses, and multiple DMVs across the United States have done the same. If you can't read English, you shouldn't drive in America.
It's in California.
Okay, to get that license, you have to go through training.
Exactly.
Extensive training to be able to drive a semi-truck.
Apparently not in California.
Okay,
Yes,
that is
It's real. I saw it on TV, and that, folks, is who we are dealing with. I've told the story on stream before. I used to do a lot of spell table where I'd play like Commander. And I haven't done it in a bit. I should probably jump back in. But there was a guy who I was kind of playing with on and off. He would always hit me up and be like, "Here, you want to play?" And he said the exact same thing Mary Lou said. And I said, "Hey, so you are saying Gavin Newsom is the reason why that person did what they did, right?" Yeah. Why do you say that? Did Gavin Newsom give this individual the driver's license? Well, no. So then why are you reading a news report that is telling you Gavin Newsom is the reason for this? Like, you're being misled. Here's the deal. This person was trained. They got the license. They got it legally. On top of that, the news source that you got it from was from the White House government website, which has a vendetta right now who are trying to deport, citizens. Not even citizens, immigrants that have no legal status. And the companies are insured and liable to verify and check their driver's credentials. Exactly. She doesn't. No idea how anything works. And the freaking chicken coops can check you. Yeah. Luke, okay. It's oddly Soviet taking jobs from people who knew how to do them and giving them to party loyalists who might not be competent led to mass starvation post World War II. Now, I wouldn't go down the rabbit hole saying like that was a. Well, I know. You know what? You're right. Oddly Soviet is correct. I was going to say, I was like, wait, I read that wrong, and I went, wait, no, you're right. I was going to say it's not communist. It's actually Soviet. You're correct. And yes, Criven says, Luke, that's a good point. Yeah. Way station. Sorry. Yeah, I read that. I was like, chicken coops. I was like, I mean, I guess if they're picking up chickens, they can check there. People get their driver's license and still get DUIs, as H would say, moot point. Okay, kids. Oh, okay. The spouse is home. Got it. My husband works with CDL drivers. He said the best ones are the ones whose first language isn't English. They have translators, and road signs are pretty self-explanatory. 10 Fort, good buddy, is long gone.
a lie. That's a lie. Just like you have to take all these tests to become.
He says they're the best tempered to work with. Like they just want to do their jobs. Yeah. I think there is a sense of entitlement. I think with citizens in the United States, and there is a there's an air of just like you're in this country and you're here without legal status, and I can bet that you're just sitting there going like, I just want to do a good job so I don't lose everything. Here we just take it for granted, and you're like, oh, like I just want to get home. I don't want to fucking do this. I don't want to fucking do that. These people are like, I just want to do a good job. I just want to get from point A to point B, and I want to get my check, and I want to take care of my family. That is where they're at. That we've put so much emphasis on the fact that we're Americans that I think some people are just arrogant about it, and then they look at people who are not, Americans or who are immigrants, and they look down on them. And this is where we get this type of mentality from. They don't put CB radios in trucks anymore? Wait, they don't? Truckers have to put it in their own? Wait, they have to do it themselves? Crazy. Like, do they just not rely on CBs anymore? Like it's just like some sort of extra accoutrement? My son had to buy his own. Okay. Shit.
A driver.
Mm-hmm.
Same goes for any kind of truck, machinery.
Yeah.
Like you must pass tests.
That is not what I've read, but...
Well, what you've read is incorrect. You cannot drive a semi-truck without having that license.
This is a good time to be like, let's educate her. To and from the company? Okay. Future remarks about Chad's opinion about Paris. Paris isn't France. The same way New York isn't the USA.
To get that license, you have to go through extensive training because obviously a semi-truck is not like driving your car. It's a much bigger machine that has a lot more bells and whistles, and you got to know what the fuck you're doing with that machine.
I cannot wait to hear what he's going to say. Cannot wait. The fast tracking of licenses is a positive as wild as well. Moving to France, but even I reject Paris. Damn. Yep, the same thing. I think they didn't push on this too much and just moved on. Yeah, I just look. I think this whole like talking about just immigrants getting licenses to be truckers. Like you need to sit down and just go through every little thing. By the way, Jifa, thank you so much for jumping in for a little bit. I appreciate you, and hopefully have a good night. I think she needs visual learning videos from Chad. I think she needs a lot of things right now. With songs, yeah, like Wheels on the Bus type shit. Oh, cheers, by the way. My laptop died signing off from front. Okay, gotcha. I was like, wait, I know someone else who's about to move to France.
You cannot get that license unless you have not only gone through the training, you have to pass the course. You have to pass the training.
Wait, huh?
Well, that's the logical story. It should be that way.
It is that way.
He's really just committed to 6 topics for a show, including Ditties and Simmers. I don't get why he don't get it. His production sucks. Hey, look, oh yeah, for an hour show, yeah. But here's the thing, like I said, he needs to just hire a production assistant and discuss it. Like discuss these topics before they go live. Like he needs a filler in, like, hey, here are the things we're gonna watch. And you just watch like the first 5 minutes of it, see if this is something you want to show your mom. If not, like, let me know. We'll find something different. But he needs a production assistant to help out with this stuff because, like, the education piece is the piece that is, like, the stuff I get mad about. Like, I'm like, just show her. Like, explain to her where she's wrong. Like, let's get the information. Referring to Trump saying they drove trucks in the military, we'll give them a license to drive trucks really fast. Sounds dangerous and careless. It does because, look, here's the thing. Like, Trump is trying to, like, appeal to veterans, and I don't think he gets it. He just doesn't get it. Like, he tries to say these things that, like, oh yeah, we're gonna make things better, and it's like, no, that's not how this fucking shit works. I'm late. I haven't seen this one yet. Darn, I'll watch it after you upload it. If you do, it'll be uploaded. Actually, if you want to, Weedia, you can actually go back and watch it from the beginning. The streams are always just left up, so. Unless I have to edit like a portion out, but I can do that from the console. It's dangerous and careless. Yeah.
Is that way?
It is. Somehow your
according to who? Fucking Smokey Joe?
Somehow your governor gave people licenses.
Go from Ding, you'll still be here.
We talked about this before.
But you're wrong.
Hey, look, give me some credit. We're actually flying through this one a lot faster than normal.
Like you are, Mom.
Snoop it.
Snoop it?
Yeah.
Snoop it, bro.
Please snoop that. All right, let's move on. Speaking of snooping something, we all need to start snooping Mitch McConnell. This week, Mitch McConnell's office released a second proof of life photo showing the senator alongside his wife, Elaine Chao, which the office said was taken this week. The photo came with an official statement in which McConnell said he is, quote, working hard.
Did she say snoop it, really? Instead of Snopes it? She always says Snopes, though.
To return to the Senate and is still...
If you think about it, I guess Chad is more on the podcast part as opposed to walking Mary Lou through stuff. I guess he wants a smooth flowing experience instead of a slow, methodical approach. Yeah. Right in the beginning. Yeah. Oh, right in the beginning. Okay.
Undergoing intense physical therapy. He has been hospitalized since June 14th after a fall at his D.C. home. He's missed 38 roll call votes and has done no media interviews since or made any public appearances. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has called on McConnell multiple times to release more information about his health or make some kind of public statement or appearance. Most people believe the photos released by McConnell to be AI generated or digitally
also
altered
wants
in
to
some
be
way.
famous.
The deadline,
in my humble opinion, look, I'll be very honest with you. He already is. He's already out there doing his thing, and look, screenplays, all that shit. Does he want to be more famous? This show has failed. It shows punishment for all his failed sitcoms. You mean
You all set for the Parnells tonight?
Yes. Oh, Bob, I did find some cute outfits for Rudy. Come here, you have to see this.
Really?
Isn't that darling?
Oh my God, look at that! Oh.
I'm just going to keep that up from now on.
For McConnell to be declared unfit for office, triggering a special election in which Trump enemy Tom.
The sneak peek, I'm going to be pulling the music cue or the cues out of that just to throw into videos going forward.
Thomas Massey could run is tomorrow.
The music cues are
Mom,
bad.
Why do you think Mitch McConnell can't make a video just saying, hey, I'm alive, I'm in the hospital, I'm doing some stuff?
I don't think he's dead like what you guys think.
Of course you don't think he's dead. I don't think he's dead. I think he's on life support, and I think they're keeping him alive until tomorrow.
He is.
Then why can't he make a video?
He's in rehab.
We've had a...
She is so fucking dumb. She's so fucking stupid. She's the dumbest woman I've ever heard. Just the other week, she was like, yeah, I think he's not alive. Didn't she say that? Full life support, dead at the end of the month. Yeah, I think in the next week we're gonna hear something. I'm not gonna say I don't think they're gonna last the full month. I think they're gonna be like, yep, he's gone. She really is stupid. Didn't she say yeah, I think he's dead? Me and Dad talked about it. I think he's dead. Dad wants to collab with Michelle Obama, but can't even pull up the Snopes so ML can shut the fuck up about her. No, he wants her to still believe that her name is really Mike until they finally sit down. So, okay, that was gonna be a crass joke. Look, I don't know why they don't correct her. I even put it in a fucking video form. The clip that they always use of Obama saying I walked with Mike, and I put the full fucking context in there. I don't think he really gives a shit about me making videos about the channel at all anymore. Somehow Mitch McConnell returned. Is he alive? Did it happen?
Family.
He woke up 3 days after being buried. Dare I say, chat? Don't say it. All right, we all know. No, I'm just kidding. You can say it. Chad, I don't think. I think there's certain things he could be doing. I could be doing certain things better, I don't know.
Family member in rehab. Okay.
Mitch the Sith Lord. Jesus. Darth. Mitch Sidious. Mitch Sidious. Ugh. Haley's the only good person coming out of the family. Yeah. I still get butthurt about her being I'm still going to listen to fucking Taylor Swift. I hate her. But yeah. We're going to listen to her. I know she walked it back, but I still was all really? Come on. Only a heart on life support. Yeah. Oh no, I believe he is completely dead. And is being made to look alive. I don't know. Ever seen The Good Liars, where they interview the slightly more crazy versions of ML, how they think JFK Jr., Robin Williams, etc. are alive and are going to reveal themselves and help Trump? Oh my God. Yeah, fucking Robin Williams and JFK. And JFK Jr. would all be yes, I did see that though. It's nutty. Yeah, I forgot. She said she'd still listen to her. Yeah. That's the stuff that I was just ew. Elvis. Oh yeah, wasn't there a guy claiming to be Elvis just recently too? Ugh.
Dad's been in rehab. He can definitely make a fucking video.
Yes, he can.
Right.
So
why can't Mitch McConnell?
I don't know, but when I Googled, when I Snapchat, when I ChatGPT, not Snapchat.
When I snooped.
And snooped it.
Hespeth.
But it is important to note that August 3 is only relevant
Relative Hespeth, snooping on a Hespeth. Revenant.
Stop it. I've had bad days. If the seat becomes vacant, for example.
I've had bad days. This is what I'm thinking of. I saw this picture the other day. Look, it's Elvis. That joke can die too. Stop saying Hespeth. Yeah, I've stopped saying it when I bring up his name. So dumb. It's tired. We're all tired.
If he resigns or dies.
Right.
But if he is simply
That's young
still
Elvis?
in rehabilitation,
No.
he can remain a senator.
That's young Elvis next to Santa Claus. They both don't exist at this point. I don't know. I saw that image though, and I was like, ugh. I was alive when he died. What, 76 when he passed away? Circling the mouth. I'm convinced. I know. Same mouth shape, guys. I grew up with an Elvis infatuated mother. My grandmother had Elvis memorabilia around the house. From what I remember. I like, to be honest with you, I don't like the fact that Elvis stole so much music from fucking actual, like the actual performers, and then treated them like shit too.
Real consequences tied to April 3.
I was a DJ putting records on every weekend. Damn, nice. I listened to Elvis though, and I'm just like,
he can continue to recover while retaining his seat, even if he is unable to return to the Senate immediately. That's what they're going to do.
The August 3rd date triggers a special election in which Thomas Massey, although I think he said that he wouldn't run anyway, Thomas Massey could run, and he's a huge...
Oh, here's another good one. Look at this shit. People, imagine any other job you can no call, no show, and still get paid and not be fired for months, and then have every single bit of like your insurance covered, like they're paying, you get free healthcare, all that shit, and you haven't been in fucking office for more than a month.
Anti-Trump guy, so they're trying to kind of beat out the clock.
Oh, and Secret Service as well, and no one can verify you're sick. Yeah, like I said, Dred Zeppelin, no. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to say this. I don't know how it hasn't leaked. Like, just like how I don't understand why no one has just let the Epstein files just leak out. Bitch getting healthcare is zombified is the real fraud. Yeah, I mean, it's true. That's stuff you should be angry about. Sounds familiar. I bet my husband does.
Drag it out.
I'm gonna
they have to keep him, quote, alive until August 3rd, and then once that date passes, there can be no special election, and it will just go into the normal midterm election where the Republicans that primaried Thomas Massey can run, and Thomas Massey has no shot.
I can't wait to see how they spin this, because it's going to be a death announcement halfway through August or the end of August.
Yeah.
How are they going to spin that? He went from like, look at me taking photos with my wife, I'm just recovering, to fucking death.
They don't have to spin it. No one. It's like, what can be done? No one's doing anything about this. That's not.
Like I said, I don't understand why no one has just gotten the balls to be like, let's leak photos of this guy.
The whole point that I don't think, like, still Democrats don't understand. The Republicans don't.
Wait, Blanche is going to Todd Blanche is going to get confirmed. Oh no. Who fucking what? Hey. That's annoying.
Give a fuck. They are lying straight to our faces 24/7. This thing with Trump and the reflecting pool is proof of that. He's still lying, even after his own DOJ is like, no evidence. We're dropping all the charges. He's like, fuck you. It was still
contact the housekeeper to get a pic. Yeah.
They don't care. As long as they are still in power, that's all that matters. And so with this Mitch McConnell thing, it's like lie, AI generated image. Mom, do you think those two images, you've seen those images of him, do you think they're real?
They look a little fishy.
Okay. Right. So why do you think they'd be putting out fake images of him?
Fucking Cornyn and hold on, it was Cornyn and Cornyn and Tillis basically are going to back him. Yeah, they gave in just now. Well, cool.
Maybe he can't set up, but he's still in rehab.
Mitch McConnell can't come to the phone. Why?
Yeah, they caved today, apparently. Dems taking the House as a real possibility is wild. Like, what do these people need should not even be questioned. Yeah. He was never not going to get confirmed. Oh no, I believe you. Oh yeah, the Senate. No one appointed doesn't get confirmed. Doesn't get confirmed anymore. Yeah. In the world that we currently live in, this current administration essentially is like, do as I say, or we'll fucking expose you. I think they've got dirt on every single one of the Republicans, and that's what they're using. They're basically exploiting them. They're blackmailing them. The Epstein files are definitely done now. Yeah, I'm hoping some brave soul out there just pulls a fucking what's his fucking face? Who leaked all the fucking NSA documents? Edward Snowden. There we go. Doesn't Edward Snowden and leaks the whole fucking thing? Katie Fang still going hard on them. They need to fucking go ham. Snowden. Yeah. I had to I knew it was like, in my head, I was like, Snowman. I was like, what is it? And then I went Snowden. Not even that deep. Republicans want to win the government, so they'll never do what's right if it takes power away from them. Cornyn has no reason to do anything. Literally has no reason to do anything. He's literally out. He could have been the person who's like, I don't fucking care. I would never do this. But no, they have to have some fucking dirt on him. Cornyn has no reason to do fucking anything the Republican Party asks of him. Got a judge to see some unredacted. Wait, what? Yeah, the statement Blanche wrote and signed isn't worth anything. Needed to be signed by all parties involved to be valid.
Because he's dead.
I don't think they would lie to us that way.
Yes.
You're out of your fucking mind. You know that they're lying. You know it.
We'll
you know
see.
it.
I don't think he is. I really don't.
That fucking dude has rigor mortis by now. He is fucking gone. He's done.
Do you think, Mom, any senator should be able to miss 38 roll call votes in a row and still have their job?
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay. So you think Mitch McConnell should be fired at the very least?
Probably.
Replace.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Fire the dead man at this point.
Interesting. I personally think he is maybe not like dead, but is definitely in a kind of medical state that has rendered him incapable of ever doing this job again, and they are just trying to run out the clock.
Oh, I think he's dead. I wouldn't even give him that much credit. I could see them making it look like this fucking corpse is breathing. You know? DJG might fire Piro because of the pool lawsuit. Yeah, that was brought up earlier. He floats that stuff. You know, okay. She's a woman. He probably is going to do it. McConnell is DEI. Yep. 100%. All those space outs. Yeah. I mean, you see the footage of him and he was just like, they were putting fucking like, they're putting some sort of unholy fucking amount of like some experimental drug in him to keep him from fucking collapsing. You saw the Keith Edwards video. Oh, what did he say this time? Keith Edwards, I have this love-hate relationship with where I'm like, sometimes he'll give me information that I'm like, okay, thank you. And then other times I'm like, this is you just did the other thing that everyone else does, which is you tell me something. You're going to be okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he'll probably fire her. She's a woman. He likes to fire the women. He keeps all the men until they're not needed.
That's the only thing that makes sense here. Otherwise, we would have a video of him at the very least, a 10 to 15 second video just saying like, hey guys, I know I haven't been in the Senate for a minute. I'm battling some health issues, but I'm getting better and I'll see you soon. Something like that is all he's got to do. Nothing. The only thing we've had are two people have said they had a phone call with him. I forget who the other one was, but one was Scott Jennings, who's a Republican talking head on CNN. And it was like, I had a phone call with him for 17 minutes. And he gets this fake bravado, like I'm outraged kind of thing. All the same playbook that all Republicans do. Meanwhile, he couldn't tell.
So we talked about this last week. I don't know. She doesn't Mary doesn't give a shit. She doesn't care. You don't fucking care. She's like, I don't know. Yeah, fire him. Yeah. He talked to him for 17 minutes doesn't mean Mitch responded. He talked at him is what he actually said. I'm just kidding.
Tell us
he did say he talked to him, but I mean, I can pretend like I called someone and keep the phone on the line for 17 minutes and show someone, put it up in the camera and be like, yeah, talk to him for 17 minutes, see? Really, it was Scott Jennings calling his boyfriend, whose name is also Mitch, and that's what we all saw. Kidding. I don't think he actually showed the call logs. I'm just losing my fucking mind. Oh, because I'm starting to I'm starting to fucking watch the show and I'm like, oh my god. Chad's O-phase? No, his eyes need to be closed. That's the face he made when his dad bent over in the hospital. Like, oh shit. Ugh. Some people say they talk to their dead relatives at a grave, so yeah. Sure.
What Mitch McConnell said on that call. Whatever the call was, maybe he connected to Mitch McConnell's phone for 17 minutes, but I don't think Mitch McConnell did any talking.
I think it's all just a lie. They're just lying.
I do too.
He got a payday and he lied about it.
I think so too. Let's simmer down. This week, the simmer down is my gallivanting.
Yes?
Any questions?
Any questions? What the fuck is this like? Look at me, I'm fucking gallivanting. Do you want to ask me any questions about what I'm doing gallivanting?
Where are you?
Right now, I'm in Paris. Next question.
Are you
close to any of the fires?
No.
You wearing sunscreen?
I'm wearing a cowl.
The simmer down is me. Must be nice. He's using all the super chats to gallivant with. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. He's probably not.
I'm wearing a black hooded jacket.
I went to my chicken barn today.
Cover my entire head and body with when we go outside. And people, one person specifically is embarrassed by it.
Oh Lord, Ice is gonna whoop his ass when he gets back. He better wear Bob's Gallon MAGA hat. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm shocked that he's not on some sort of list, especially with like being such a. I wouldn't say like they're like well known, but at this point they're kind of like a commodity in the far left, like talking head space. You have to think that he's on a list and they're like, this is a guy who's got the MAGA parents and they talk so much shit about our administration and they talk about how much they fucking hate Trump. He's with a date? Wait. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? Right? Hassan supporter ally. Yeah.
What is the most fun thing you have done?
Today we went to Serge Gainberg's house. And it was really cool. They turned it into a museum. You walk through. It's a guided tour. His daughter is doing a little voiceover about what it was like to grow up with him and all this kind of stuff. It was really, really cool. Kind of creepy.
Is this interesting at all? There's a part of me that feels like this feels a bit. I don't know. Like I don't. Nope. Wait, hold on. All right, touristy, yeah. The laughing at the end, with Mom and Haley made me think he was with someone I might be fake news. Maybe if he went somewhere good, perfect time to enter chat. Hey, welcome in, Holiday. No, wait, you think Kash Patel's FBI has agents on Chad? I just think it's Kash Patel. Oh, this is... He's paranoid now. Where's Kash at? All right, now I'm just goofing around now.
On system. Separately, 3 military officials that appeared from the casualty reporting had claimed. Trump wrote in a Truth Social post on Tuesday that the quote
I miss Iran your videos. We're gonna do. I'm working on videos this week. We're getting some stuff done. I was supposed to work on them this weekend, and I had migraines, so I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna try and fucking get better and not force it. I did get some videos on my other channel up, but I had filmed those way in advance, and those are fucking those are low effort videos. I'll be honest with you. Mary asks a question and Chad answers, gets a xenophobic remark from Mary. Oh.
Okay. Yesterday.
Yeah, B-.
Huh.
Spider-Man came out yesterday.
Yeah, it did very well. I saw that.
Where's Cash at?
But overall, pretty good. It's been a pretty good trip so far.
Would you stay longer if you could?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's move on to our fourth topic. This is another one of Trump's lies. This week, he lied about American casualties. This week, Trump altered the actual number of American deaths in Iran in an effort to make it look like fewer troops have been killed in his botched war. The 4 American troops killed during renewed U.S.-Iran fighting are no longer listed in the Defense Department's official Iran war death toll. Trump wrote in a Truth Social post on Tuesday that the, quote, Iran military conflict had claimed 18 lives, but by Wednesday, the Pentagon systems figures fell back to 14 dead and 420 wounded. When the New York Times first reported that 4 U.S. deaths had disappeared from the casualty reporting website, the Pentagon called it a, quote, temporary data disruption. It later emerged the deaths had been classified 3 separate ways on the Pentagon system. Separately, 3 military officials told the Times the official count had been changed from 18 to 14, and the Pentagon couldn't fully explain why. Mom, why do you think the Pentagon reduced the number of deaths of American soldiers in Iran?
I think in any war with ongoing casualties and deaths, it's hard to count. I mean,
Mary, you got those knee pads on, don't you? Customs people might not let Chad back in the U.S. if they target him and check his socials for Antifa content. Yeah. Just can't see him in the ninja suit he made for his teeny tiny frame. Damn. He's hiding in the shadows, huh? I wonder what Mary would think if that happens. Be like, well, shouldn't have been Antifa, Chad. Huh? Told you you're not Antifa. You should have not been Antifa, Chad. It has happened to a lot of other citizens. There's a bunch of people. There's people who come in from other countries just for like posts they made, just making fun of people. Bob said Trump could bomb Chad and he wouldn't care. Yeah? Huh? Bob is a crazy person. Right, mods wouldn't like that. Yeah. I read it anyway. I didn't give a shit.
I mean, even like Vietnam War, they couldn't count daily like that.
What?
When I Googled myself on 3 different sites, it was 18 that had been killed and 600 wounded. So my numbers are different than what you guys have pulled up.
But you have 18. I mean, I wrote this yesterday. Those numbers might have been like upgraded today. The 18 deaths, though, you do have that. That's what Trump tweeted as well. And then it got reduced to 14 the next day.
That is strange. I don't know. That's strange.
Well, why would they be doing that? What's one reason that you can
to
think
make
of?
it look better than it is?
Yes, to lie.
Oh,
hey,
salient. She connected the dots. I dare the U.S. to deport me to France and revoke my citizenship. Hell yeah.
Deflect blame to make it look like this war. What's going on?
I always hated how they always gloss over Bob's statements about Chad dying. Yeah, to me, okay. There's something about that I always go, that is the weirdest aspect of this whole show sometimes, is that the fact that they kind of glance over it and they're like, oh, it's just Bob being Bob. I would be upset if a parent told me, I don't care if you got bombed and died. You live in California. I would be like, so you don't care about me. Okay, got it. I would be upset. ML and sending Haley's son to war. Yeah, there's so much of that shit that, like, to me, like, Haley got outraged when their child was brought up, or her child was brought up. I don't know. It's internationally illegal to make a person stateless, but laws have never stopped this admin from doing the wrong thing. Yeah, no, they just do whatever the fuck they want now. My dad said, I don't care if you die. That'd probably be one of, if not the last time we spoke. Yeah, I would probably. Well, look, I've told the story on stream. One of my parents told me if they could have convinced the other parent to get an abortion, they would have. When it came to me being born, I have gotten through EMDR to where that memory does not actually hold any significance in my mind, so I can say it without really having any emotion behind it. At the time, I was 13 when that was said to me. And if I could have, I would have probably never wanted to talk to my parent going forward. I'd rather be right about the minutia of a petty argument than have a living son. Yeah. ML admitted to saying she was okay with Bob making sexual comments about Haley just to win an argument. I saw that episode. It was the Trump elevator conversation. He's sick and beyond stupid. Yeah.
Over there.
I'm going to ask right now.
Who? What are you doing?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking my...
Sibs are just waiting for inheritance. I wish that was the case. I think they have enough money that not getting an inheritance wouldn't even matter. They're all reaping the benefits of the show too.
Snoop?
Chat GPT.
Okay.
How many deaths are...
Chat GPT is not a reliable news source, just to let you know.
This is deja vu. Said this on the last episode. Last episode, they told her stop using ChatGPT. About to sell the that closet of DVDs and swap meets at swap meets for a few years to get it. I bet you Bob and them are sitting on a decent chunk of money right now.
Why not?
Also, like, what a slap in the face to those 4 people and their families.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, Jesus Christ, can you imagine, like, you give your fucking life for the country and, like, your son, your daughter, your husband, your wife, like, somebody has died, and to diminish it, you know, like, you don't even list their names. Like, that's fucking disgraceful.
Forget even dying for your country. You gave your life for Trump's stupid war.
Exactly.
Yep.
As of today, August 2nd, there's no widely confirmed reports of new deaths in the ongoing war in Iran.
So she's still using ChatGPT. They're telling her you can't use that. I'm going to give you the right information. I'm just going to keep using it.
Iran. News today has focused on diplomatic efforts with President Trump saying he would hold off an additional U.S. airstrike. The total death toll still remains at 18 servicemen killed since the war began.
Okay.
And that is very sad.
So, right, we now have evidence that they have lied about this number. They tried to downgrade it to 14. So even as you're getting this number 18, do you think it's possible more people have died that they're not telling us about?
100%.
Maybe.
100%.
And I didn't go on the White House page. I don't have time to do that. You'll yell at me.
Maybe.
Who will yell at you?
Nobody's going to yell at you.
No, you can look at it. But I mean, the White House page is like, it's Pete Hegseth posting that war propaganda of like soldiers.
Intellectually lazy is correct. That is correct.
Being like, send me. Have you seen that shit that he's
Yes,
posting?
fucking disgusting.
That ad campaign. Where's the picture of Barron Trump?
Right.
Who, by the way, I don't have this on here, but he now is being involved in all this crypto scam shit with his parents.
This is Chad gets his fucking news from the fucking talking heads on YouTube. I keep seeing the fucking Andrew Tate / like Barron Trump is being implicated in Andrew Tate stuff, and oh no, he's getting this and he's getting that. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Like that shit is all diversions away from like what is actually happening. It's like no, I need to see Andrew Tate in a fucking different country at this point and in prison over there before I even fucking give a rat's ass about that situation. If he fucking gets let go, then I'm gonna be like, yeah, fucking the rich, letting the rich out of the fucking prison. Like, yeah, like I just fuck it. I don't fucking care. They're lying though. They would yell at ML and wonder why she's not doing research properly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when they said that, I was just like, I'm not gonna call them at this point. Like, yeah, they've already done it a few times this episode. Like, what are you talking about, Mom? Barron Trump is a genetically altered mutant. His peptide counts are over 9,000. He's over 9,000. I don't know why the dogs are barking. There's no one at the door. I think I figured out the first true step in getting her out of the cult. They have to teach her how to do research. You know, that was the whole point of getting her ground news. Be like, hey, here you go. They all need to learn how to do research at this point. They all kind of fucking do this thing of like, well, you know, I saw on the headlines today, and it's like, well, there's more to that shit. There's more to that shit that you guys are not picking up on. It feels like Groundhog's Day sometimes when you're watching the show. You're just like, okay, didn't we already do this again? Like we're starting all over again. Like we're fucking talking about the same shit on repeat. They need to get someone to come up with topics, because here's the thing: Mary Lou does not care about any of this shit. She has ground news but doesn't use it. Community called him out on that. Edwards, Cohen, Pac-Man, Midas, Mockler, it's all clickbait shit. I swear to God, if I see another video with "It's Over" in 200-point font. Oh, dude, Adam Mockler this week has been in fucking rare form with the "it's gonna happen" or "they did it again" or 25th Amendment ? And I'm like, get the fuck off my timeline, you fucking idiot. You're not getting enough clicks. What's going on? Like, you're not able to get on CNN and yell at Scott Jennings. Like, what the fuck are we doing right now? Fatal error. Trump collapse. Yeah. Oh, I saw that one. He's getting arrested by Yeah, he's getting arrested. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I clicked on it for a second, then I clicked off of it, and I was like, I do this thing. If I click on an Adam Mockler video, I skip 20 minutes or 15 minutes or to the middle point of the video, and I go, is he still saying the same thing that he said at the beginning of the video? Oh, okay. He is. Yeah. Flap shit is so dumb. It's so dumb. It's dumb. Don't even click anymore. Yeah, I only click because I've got that little part of my brain being like, well, is he going to say something important? And then I go, you got me again. You got me again. It's a game I play now. It's like, is it important? I haven't clicked on one yet that has been important in several months. Again, goes without saying, we all have the same ideals, but that guy is such a clown. Makes me lose respect, or not respect him or trust him. Are you talking about Adam? Because I look, Adam Mockler, when he did the faux outrage thing about, like wanting to debate Hassan Piker, and it was like, dude, just get the fuck out of here. All right. Don't be I speak for all libs, because you don't speak for fucking me. Like, you don't speak for me at all, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Don't tell me that all libs are fucking upset because someone said they're not going to vote for fucking Gavin Newsom. Everyone should say they're not going to vote for Gavin Newsom. All right? The dude's he's a conservative wearing Democratic clothes. All right? If you're going to fucking get on your knees and suck that much fucking Gavin Newsom dick, like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, you are a fucking shill. Mockler vids are just him reading articles like, yo, kid, I can read. Yeah, just put the fucking article out. Put it on Twitter or something. Who cares? Or it is a really lame ass crash out. Oh, yeah, his crash. Oh, yeah. Don't you know his crash outs are really bad, though? They're real fucking bad. It's a rerun of 2020. Yep. Sensationalism kind of defeats the purpose of being independent. Leave the 24-hour news sensation. Yeah, leave that to the 24-hour news. I agree. Like, I have this idea, and I'm just waiting for like the right moment to like film it all. I have to go and get. It's going to require some setup, but I do want to make fun of the talking heads that exist on YouTube. And just make a parody video at this point, because it is literally what it is. It's the only thing they talk about is Trump dying, Trump shitting himself. Patel is going to lose his job tomorrow. JD Vance is going to enact the 25th Amendment. It's all that shit all the fucking time. And I'm at a point where I'm like I need to do it in a way that does not make me look like I am a conservative, because I can see conservative media being like, "Urgh." I feel like I need to throw in conservative leaning things in there too. But yeah. I watch podcasts now, religious stuff. The news is all propaganda. Yeah. It is all propaganda at this point. I've gotten to this point where there are very few people who I take information from, and I just kind of stick to, man, I kind of just try to like weed out what I see. Like when I read online or read the news, I just try to weed out what I'm seeing, and then I'm like, okay, what is important right now? Well, the local races in a few different places are important. We should be focusing on those. Um, the Abdul El Sayed race is like very, very important. Haley Stevens is a fucking shill. Absolute, just a fucking fake ass person. Anyone who's voting for her right now, I'm like, are you paying attention to what she's saying? She won't even talk about taking close to $46 million from outside funding from super PACs. And most of it's coming from like APAC and shit. You support a PDF and baby eaters? Okay, you've been voted out. Shakes hands. Nice to meet you. Yeah. I like Moncler on his street interviews, but his headline read-alongs in the same weird cadence, even his roundtable appearances on TV are bad. I don't know if anyone has seen the Jubilee 20 versus 1 with Adam Moncler. I had to turn it off like 15 minutes into it. And because he kept like thanking the people who were interacting with him after getting absolutely demolished. Like, I think the first like 15 minutes, the people who were on the other end of the table were talking circles around him. And I'm like, what the fuck? Agnostic Informant is going on Jubilee soon. Oh, cool. Isaiah and Mehdi had the GOAT debates. Yes, theirs were really, really good. I have to vote in Missouri tomorrow. It's a wild ass state ballot. If you haven't looked it up, I haven't looked that one up. No. Her voice sounds like she's from a weird 90s sitcom, almost like The Nanny, like Fran Dresser. I know. It's weird. It's fake. Fran Dresser's voice is somewhat real. Hers is a fake accent, like just dumped on top. It's weird. I'm bigly into the Charlie Kirk murder. That's my number one topic. I need more information to come out about Tyler before I can get really into it. It could be fun to catch a few chuds who think you are on the same team. Oh, it would be hilarious. I think that would be actually kind of funny. Or Dean will go on about how we have alligator camps, and then mid-rant thanks someone for the $3 donation with a smile. Those people were sick. Who've done that? People have donated in here and been like in the middle of being like, my life's a mess, and then be like, oh, thank you guys. I think that's just the problem though with like live formats. Is like you have these things where it is a wildly fluctuating thing where you're like, you kind of have to do this thing of like, oh yeah, hey, shit, I can't go down this rabbit hole. Yeah, Isaiah Martin and Mehdi Hassan, Jubilee's performance were masterful. Yes. I would also argue, even though I don't like his content all that much, oh god, nice kid, he's gay. I can't remember his fucking name. It's gonna fucking come to me, and I cannot remember it. Take a number. That's different though. They probably that probably really cheered you up. Dean does it on purpose. Oh, to rage bait is up. Oh, you're talking about you're fucking wrong about this. Oh, and look, we just got another donation. Thank you, Sally Sue, for the $3 donation, because these people believe what I'm saying right now. That shit. Yeah, Luke Beasley. I actually thought Luke Beasley's thing was all right. Can't stand Luke anymore. I can't either. Like I said, I don't watch a lot of the talking heads anymore. I used to watch a lot of Pondering Politics because I would at least get the news, and he put the news article at the beginning of the video so I could read it. Screw his energy drink. That's the thing. Like, used to like pondering politics, but he was putting out like 6 or 7 videos like over the course of like 2 or 3 hours. Like I think at the end of the day, it was like 10 or 15 videos. And I was like, Jesus, man. Talking Heads is right. It's the same shit across the board. Yeah. That's where the DNC's money has been going lately. It has, there has been some information, I believe, like Pac-Man, and the other guy, almost had been Bateman, who's the Magic the other guy. He's people call him a shill all the time, and I feel he is a shill. But it's the other guy. But yeah, Pac-Man just got exposed. Yeah. It's Brian Tyler Cohen is the other guy. Yeah. Pac-Man's on the look, he fucked up when he went, I don't know what this AI pack is. And he was like, bitch, please. And then when he came out the other day to talk shit about the Democratic Socialists, I was like, dude, you're fucking high. I used to really, kind of like, really kind of side with the socialists. And then, all this stuff happened at this talk where Hassan Piker was at. And, I really have to denounce Hassan Piker. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Hey, Hopeless, how are you doing? I barely pay attention and even know. Yeah, any of I know. I barely pay attention to it too. And the only reason I know about it is I saw a fucking article about it. I was like, whoo! Yep, that whole cohort of DNC messaging. Yeah. I stumbled upon Dave Neal. His podcast is The Rush. I'll have to check it out. They're going to for the young people to be stupid. Yeah. Well, okay. Here's the deal. I think AIPAC, Israel, they all kind of know that everything is falling apart. Their PR campaign is not working. Netanyahu's just an unlikable figure to begin with. He comes off as just this. He comes off as fake when I see him. Like the Bulwark's guest panel and analysis. Bulwark can be okay. I have issues with the guy who like just where he came from. Typically, anyone who's like kind of like shifting from being like a script or a speechwriter for Republicans into being a Democrat or even a moderate, I have to question like where they're at. Is this a transition into like being a shill for the left now instead of a shill for the right? Like what is it? He's had some pretty interesting interviews. Nope, on the Bulwark. I look. I also just I have a habit. I have a habit of just looking at anyone who revolves around the circle of like Mockler, Midas, and all that stuff, and I go, can't really back this. I like the troll comedy guys, like the douche Klepper, and generally I do enjoy street interviews more. I watch them. Yeah, Bulwark is Jeb, refugees. Yes, Jon Stewart is Jon Stewart to me is the only person right now in media that gets it and understands everything. Like I feel like he speaks salient points to everything, even though there's certain things you can criticize him on. He still is very, very salient and to the point. I think there are progressive conservatives and they're anti-MAGA. Yeah, I can get behind that. There's just too many of these guys calling them too many of the people who are against Bibi anti-Semitic instead of against anti-Bibi. Yeah. The anti-Semitic thing, if I hear people calling other people anti-Semitic, the question is, are they being anti-Semitic? If they're a liberal person and they're calling someone anti-Semitic, it typically is false. It's typically a someone who's part of AIPAC wanting to demonize them. So I've watched to understand the full conservative spectrum. Bulwark. I used to watch a lot of Fox News, and especially like the news bites that would come out to get kind of an understanding. Jessica Tarlov and Scott Galloway's Raging Moderates. I want to like Jessica Tarlov. I just am concerned that a person who would be like, yes, I'm going to take the verbal abuse from people on Fox News. I question if it's an act or not.
Too. So he now is making fuckloads of money off of crypto scams, insider trading.
Right.
Wow. Did not know that.
The whole family is corrupt.
Oh, by the way, I do. There's a guy. Oh God, I watched the Haley Stevens thing that he did yesterday, where he went to a Haley Stevens event, and the moment he saw her, or they saw each other, he was like, "Haley, can you tell me about the 46 million?" She darted to a fucking car and then bolted. I watched part of that yesterday, and I thought that was masterfully done. I like that guy who does that type of content, where he kind of like sneaks in. And Masterson. I like him quite a bit. He's no nonsense too. He was getting sued or threatened, I think, to be arrested. I can't remember what was going on there. Walter Masterson. He's awesome. Like, I love people who are like, I'm willing to get in front of people and make them uncomfortable. Because we need more people doing that to representatives. Especially representatives who are fucking lying. I'm very center left, so the Bulwark content feels like old guard Republican to me. My right wing counterparts on the full political spectrum, if you will. Yeah, I have no problem watching content from any like any of the talking heads. Don't get me wrong, like I have critiques on them, and I will say like I don't fucking like them. But I have no problem watching them and analyzing them or critiquing or even saying anything about them. It doesn't make me mad. It just makes me just more I think I just get frustrated watching it. But here's the thing, like I will never be like, I will not watch content because of the political leaning. I will always watch the content. I will be like, okay, yeah, if I need to see something and someone's lying, I want to watch it. I want to see it. I'm going to watch it objectively. I'm very I'm so far to the left that I am like I don't know. I fall into this category of just being like everything needs to be fucking completely different. You know, like I did one of those political spectrum things and I was like left left libertarian to the far left. Wait, hold on. Okay, Roddy Road Steamer. Wait, what? Sometimes his shitty comedy gets in the way and can't exactly make a point correctly. He and Jolly Ranger fucked up an easy debate with MAGA in a bar setting. Oh, wait, I didn't see that one. Him and the Stormtrooper outfit was nuts. Also, I'm hating the trend of these debates in public bars. Oh, fuck that shit. The fucking right-wing guy who does those invites one liberal person in. It's like, no. Guillotine. Have replaced UFC. Yeah, idiocy. I'm okay if they're being somewhat real. If they're just doing what they're told, fuck them. I watch a lot of content, even if I don't find it enjoyable. It's cardiographic orientation process for me. Not Crowder. It is the dude who was he was in a film playing a gay man in college. Michael Matt. I can't remember his fucking. I always forget his name and it. Knowles. Is it Michael Knowles? It's Michael Knowles. Oh, yeah, okay. Someone wrote it. Okay, Michael Knowles. Thank you. By the way, I never noticed this about that video that he did or the short film he did in college. That motherfucker is wearing a thong in it. Like, you didn't in my head. I'm like, did you really need to wear the thong? Like, was that necessary? Crowder doesn't he have fake muscles and he's a wife abuser, yes. It's okay. Hey, you know what? If he wants to be gay, I'm fine with it. Like I say do it, dude. Have fun. Be happy. Like, in order for me to understand how the far right how far to the right or left a bias is, I have to place it in the context of at least two other points so I can triangulate and the bias and the source. Wearing a thong in the gingerbread man's voice. Thong is absolutely necessary. Listen to Cisco. Hey, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Cisco come out as gay as well? It's informative but exhausting as a process. I do the same thing where if someone is like covering media, I like to try and figure out where they kind of fall out on the spectrum or cover news. I want to figure out where they fall out on the spectrum, and then I also want to see how they cover the news, and then I want to actually go to a different source and see how that place covers it, so I can kind of get an idea. Everyone is gay eventually? Sure, yeah. Whose face is more in need of a fist, Michael Knowles or Nick Fuentes? Michael Knowles, to me, is because he's even more smug than Nick Fuentes is. Nick Fuentes is a visible act. No, Nick Fuentes had a thing. It was kind of leaked. Allegedly had a thing with Destiny, the liberal or the moderate Democrat streamer. Yes, and Nick Fuentes was caught with gay porn on his stream. He was like, "So what?" There's a whole entire movement. What? Yeah. Really? Yeah. 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 Him and Destiny were like, I never heard that one. I'll find it. We can watch a video about it. Not gay, just owning the libs, bro. Gotta fucking own the libs sometimes by taking it, by hooking up with a dude. Fuentes is a parody of a cartoon villain. I agree with that, and I think Fuentes, in my personal opinion, it's an act. It's like Alex Jones. That's where I fall at when it comes to Nick Fuentes. I think it is an act, and he's conning people. I don't watch that guy either, or the right wing goof. They learned from 80s villains. Yeah, they did. You ever seen Hades in fucking Hercules? Like, that's what I think of like when I think of conservatives. Asmongold is a fucking idiot. And the people who glaze him, I feel bad. Oh, the Onion has been cooking over at InfoWars, 100%. But yeah, Asmongold, fuck. He's a fucking moron. And the people who believe everything he says are either A, just doing it for confirmation bias because they want to be racist, bigoted, homophobic, whatever. The Onion's been cooking forever, to be fair. Yeah, they've been doing a great job. All right, hold on, I'm going to find the
They all belong
Destiny
in fucking
stuff, by the way.
Okay. Every one of them.
I put a video up in the Discord server covering some of the Palestinian content that Destiny has been producing lately. Apparently, it does appear that Destiny might be getting money from APAC as well, just as a heads up. It seems to be that might be the case. But yeah, to be fair.
All right, moving on. Flock cameras. Have you heard about flock cameras, Mo?
Yes.
I did not, but then I researched it, and I have some right here in the city I live. I had no idea.
You probably have a bunch. As the American surveillance state grows,
you're talking about Moist Critical?
Center stage and the
Moist Critical is interesting because Moist Critical does a thing that I actually kind of dislike. Charlie, I think they're talking about Moist Critical. Charlie, God, what is fucking Charlie's last name? Look, I'll be honest about Charlie. Charlie does one thing that I dislike. And it doesn't really matter how I feel about Charlie. Charlie is considered to be the most based person out there. But he does a lot of fence writing, and he'll condemn anyone as long as he kind of like exists in the middle. And I'm someone who watches Charlie. I watch a lot of Charlie, shockingly enough. His takes sometimes also come in as unresearched or under-researched. Like, for instance, if you go through and watch the Ethan Klein, H3H3 is suing, like kind of recklessly suing people across the board just for, having opinions that don't, that are just negative of him, or watching content that he calls as not fair use. Yeah, I heard that, but I mostly see him as dragging a shitty person, which he did, which I will be very honest with you. He did a good job of doing that. Now, I will say this, Ethan Klein has allegedly not taken away the iDubbbz lawsuit. decent source of police chase and police cam videos, but I'll go to just watch. Go to the source he's watching. Yeah, I have been watching Wubby do police chase stuff. You may feel a particular way about Wubby. I think sometimes his language can be kind of like, ugh. But I do overall like watching his content because it can be kind of funny. His chat is fucked though. I've read the chat while watching the videos. I'm like,
the argument for privacy. Flock Safety is the largest provider of AI-powered cameras that record every passing car, cataloging make, model, color, plate number, bumper stickers, even scratches, and they upload it to a nationwide database that any agency with a Flock contract can search with no oversight. So that's cops, that's Palantir, that's any government.
Okay, so can you briefly explain these needs with Ethan Klein, Destiny, and Hassan, even Parker and Pascal? So much drama on the YouTube, exhausting. Here's the thing, beefs. Yes. So here's my take, Valenti. Here's my take on all of that stuff. So with Ethan Klein in particular, where things went awry is October 7th. He at the time claimed that like Hassan was siding with Hamas and was ignoring what happened to Israelis in October 7th, which Hassan didn't do that. Hassan had to explain, like, you have to understand, like, he was trying to be rational and explain to Ethan, like, hey, look, Hamas did what they did because of this. It's all for clicks and they're all friends. I don't believe that, actually. The lawsuit stuff from Ethan Klein is evidence enough that he is not friends with anyone. It's a work, brother. You think it's a work? I don't think it's a work. The lawsuits tell me that it's not a work. The lawsuits are rough. But no, in my opinion, look, not informed enough to say yeah. Destiny and Pac-Man are, yes, there are lines that connect the two of them. It being Israel and AIPAC funds, I believe, are both going in allegedly into both of their pockets. I don't know for sure, but that is kind of what has been rumored. But yeah, October 7th is what really drove a wedge between Hassan and Ethan. Hassan talked about the whole thing and essentially was like, look, Hamas did what Hamas did because you look what's been happening in Gaza for years. He used to literally call Destiny on his show. Oh, that's right, he did, didn't he? Yeah, and then the recent video that came out where he was kind of defending the people who came in to try and interrupt the talk that Hassan was trying to do. Basically, that was all kind of like backed by Destiny supporters. But Pac-Man came in and actually like defended those people and being like, you know, no one should be platforming Hassan. I'm just like, all right, dude. that shit is weird. The Destiny stuff, the reason why Destiny doesn't like Hassan, it goes way back. I think there was a little bit of jealousy involved with Hassan, and they had a debate where it just got kind of out of hand. Really, that is kind of like where they kind of deviated. Same thing with Vosh. Vosh used to be a Destiny like orbiter, and he no longer is involved with Destiny whatsoever. Vosh, on the other hand, has a bunch of weird shit that goes with that. I typically don't like watching Vosh's content, even though I do agree with a lot of things that he says. It's a little disturbing to be like, yeah, I consume lolly, and that is okay. It's like, no. Oh, and then the weird horse porn that he had on his computer was also weird. It was bad. It was a bad situation for him. But yeah, the Hassan stuff, though, like everything that's going on right now, the Ethan Klein situation, Ethan suing the shit out of everybody, was basically the turning point where even I couldn't watch the H3 because I was a huge H3 fan. Like I own H3 memorabilia still. Like there's a part of me that wants to throw it out. Like I don't want to see it anymore. He gleefully started suing people, and then the debate between him and Hassan was just so fucking, like, I was like, there's something wrong with Ethan Klein right now. He is like, no one on the show at that point in time when they were doing that debate said, "Hey, Ethan, you need to stop, because what you're saying is like you're just going all over the place." Like he just sounded like I don't know what was going on, but it felt like he was altered in some way. It just was so fucking all over. It's something, if you ever have like a couple of hours out of like in the day, which I would never recommend anyone do this. If you watch that debate, it is a fucking rough watch. Like Ethan Klein does not have the ability to debate anyone because he's so uninformed. Yeah, I'm so checked out of interpersonal drama between these dudes. Probably because they're all profiting from the rubbernecks. Yeah, there's certain people who are doing a better job of just like mitigating it by just being like, whatever, I don't fucking care. There's others who are leaning into it really hard. Is it the debate where he looks absolutely insane? Yeah, where it was 2 hours and then he kept doing whataboutisms, and they're just, Hassan was trying to like lean it back into like, hey, you want to talk about this stuff? Let's talk about it. And it turned into just basically defamation on Ethan Klein's side, and it was just like, whoa, none of his, like, Ethan Klein had a massive staff at the time, and no one said, hey, Ethan, you need to stop. They just let him keep doing it. Like, he turned so many fucking people away. He turned me away. And I like I said, I thought H3 was doing the right thing. They were, like, I believed Ethan when he was saying certain things about Trisha Paytas. I was like, okay. And now I just look at it all and I'm like, I don't believe anyone about anything anymore. I just kind of go, the person who's not crying nearly as much, I'm typically going to side with, because they typically are just like, I don't want to deal with it. And I'm the same way. Like, I don't want to deal with this shit. I'm just going to be like, look, they're going to say crazy shit. It's not believable. I don't care. I'm going to move on. Because you're not going to change those people's minds. You're not going to get anywhere unless that person wants to come and actually have a good faith talk. And most of the time, no one wants to have a good faith talk anymore. But yeah, I digress. I could rant about this stuff, and I really personally do not like talking about any of them for more than like 15 minutes because I get mad. I get super duper pissed about everything that happened during that period of time, because it felt like people were taking the optics away from what was actually happening during this period of time and focusing it on them. And it was bad. It just was bad all around.
Agency, we don't get to see that footage. So if we want to see bad shit cops are doing, or we want to see where government people are going and what kind of bad shit they're doing, fuck you. You don't get.
Antifa wants to have a good faith conversation. Yeah, I mean, look, I know you do. I do too.
To look at it. It's only them who use it to look at us. This week, court records came to light that revealed a Texas deputy in May used Flock's network to hunt a woman suspected of self-administering an abortion, logging the reason as, quote, had an abortion, search for female. The search swept 83,345 cameras across 6,809 networks, reaching into Washington and Illinois, where abortion is legally protected. Under Trump, the number of Flock cameras in the U.S. has risen from 6,205 in January 2025 to 116,084 by July 2026, an increase of roughly 110,000 Flock cameras. People have sawed Flock cameras down in New York, thrown paint on them in Oakland, and rammed a truck into them in Idaho, while cities including Los Angeles and Denver have dropped contract with the company. Mom, do you think the police or anyone should have access to be able to track everyone?
No.
No, that was a lot of information. I thought when I first read about it, it would help Haley find out who keyed her car.
You said, by the way, for that car keying, didn't you say one of the people that got their key card has a Tesla?
Yeah.
Teslas have cameras all over them. They should have footage of it.
There's a detective that's on the case. There's 8 cars involved now, and I do believe that there is
a suspect. Maybe
they're finding some shit. So
they better run. They better run and hide. Could that camera find them?
What, a flock camera?
Yeah.
I mean, potentially,
if there was one there. Yeah.
That story is why I push miscarriage is abortion. They medically are, and how do you prove otherwise? Stop watching cable news pundits because it got too sensational, and the delivery was deliberately manufacturing outrage. Example: Oberman, too angry; Maddow, too sarcastic. Oh yeah, I stopped watching MSNBC in general because here, I'll just say it. Here's my situation with 24-hour news. During the 2016 election, and all the way up to 2020, religiously watched, hoping, praying something was going to come out. Some news was going to convince me that everything was going to be okay. Because I needed it at the time. I needed it. And Rachel Maddow, even before that, Keith Overman was someone who I watched pretty frequently. But Rachel Maddow became like my oh yeah, he's going to have some interesting stuff about Trump tonight. And I'd watch it. I would get rightfully mad. Abortion is healthcare, period. That is my personal belief right there. I loved Rachel. I then got to 2020 and realized I was like, these people are just telling me what I want to hear, and they're feeding into my own personal anger towards the situation. And so I said, I cannot take anything that a mainstream media news source, I can't take that seriously because it's not real. It's all manufactured. He's still around. He's not, I think he has his own or had his own web series. I don't know. But yeah, he's still around. But yeah, it was all manufactured. And my big issue is that it never got, nothing that they brought up actually meant anything in the end. Because it did not make a single fucking bit of difference. Bill Maher is the same. Bill Maher is a fucking piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Fucking conservative role playing as a fucking liberal. Fuck him. He's a fucking liar and a fucking and a fucking, I'm gonna say it, he's a fucking bigot as well. He's probably in the pocket of AIPAC or Israel. Fuck him. I don't remember a lot of the pro-choice people treating abortion that way in the argument. They let them keep thinking abortion is baby murder. Yeah. Yeah, the delivery style is too emotive, and I don't want that in my attempt to understand reporting of the facts. Yeah. Instead of correcting the healthcare part. Yeah. Blues Black, that's the earlier cohort of these guys. Blues Black, I'll be very honest with you, I always took that as comedy. But I can see how that style of information being thrown out there, like providing that style of providing information through that style of communicating can influence these I think a lot of the fucking people who do news nowadays. I don't know. I just look at 24-hour news. I look at fucking anyone providing news now through YouTube or any of that shit, and I just go, what is the angle? What is the angle here? Can I get the article? Can I read it? Can I get another article that has the same information but written differently? I need to know, because I'm tired of having to get told one thing and then it never and then being told or assured things are going to happen. No. Valhalla VFT is where I get my world news now. I don't want the news to tell me how to feel. I'll come to that myself. I just want the whole what, when, why, and where. Yeah, I want news like we used to get news. I think they realize it's cheaper to make drama and also more profitable. They're doing anything they aren't doing anything close to investigative journalism. No, they aren't. What's the grift? Yeah. I think that's the question I have to ask. I'll catastrophize on my own time. Thanks. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I get very angry. I get very perturbed, and I just go, you know what? Sex sells. You know what? It does. It totally does.
Yeah.
But you're missing the bigger issue is not that they're going to use flock cameras to find the person who vandalized Haley's car. They're using it to track down a woman who had an abortion, potentially in a state where it's legal.
Right. I understood what you said. I misunderstood.
Jill's going to resurrect Walter Cronkite. At this point, we need to do something like that because we need someone out there who is just going to read the news and be like, here it is. How do you feel about that? You can figure that out yourself, but this is what's happening. And it's do it unflinching and to the point. If people are being murdered, say who's getting murdered and how they're getting murdered. You know, if people are being bombed, how many people have died? You know, fuck the reporting from the White House. How many people have died in and around these bombings? Fuck it, you know. Then you can have an editorial at the end of the fucking thing after you provide all the information to say how you really fucking feel at that point. I'll give you that, all right? But give it to me up front so I can understand it. I know the details, and I can make a clear and concise point or a decision in my head about how I feel about it. Because the reality is, like, I'm over it. Like, I'm over the bullshit. It's awful. Like, this whole situation and the way we consume stuff, it's awful.
Understood what the cameras were used for.
That's like some fucking Handmaid's Tale shit.
Yeah.
A surveillance state. They're just
and the funny thing is, by the way, and to point something out, they used to only do editorials at the end of newscasts on regular TV back in the day. Stuart, Olbermann, Marr, Black are the old guard. Today it's Pac-Man. I always call him Pac-Man. Brian Tyler Cohen, and then the college debate kids like Parker, Dean, and Mockler. Journalism is dead. Yeah, it is. Now we have theater, political theater. That's what it's called. Who can sell it better is essentially what it is. I bet the Diary of the Dead is more relevant, just like the Dawn and Day of the Dead. You know, I have not watched Diary of the Dead. Isn't that shot in first person too? That's part of the reason why I didn't watch it. I can't. We have Tim Pool. We have Tim Pool. We got Tim Pool, Michael Knowles, even Crowder's not relevant anymore. What's his fucking face? Wet ass P word. Ben Shapiro. He's not relative anymore or relevant anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Diary of the Dead, Halloween with Busta Rhymes. You're talking about Halloween Resurrection, by the way. And Scream 4, we're ahead of the game. Scream 4 is my second favorite Scream film, by the way. I'm thinking House the Dead? Wait, Diary of the Dead? No. Because it was Land of the Dead and then Diary of the Dead, but there was one that was shot documentary style. We are Tim Pool's boots. We're Tim Pool's beanie, all right? Nick Shirley. No, well, fuck Nick Shirley. That kid needs to be shot into the sun. I remember a scene of people recording zombies, so I think that's what was the theme. Yeah, so I was going to say this. Scream 4, though, if you've never seen Scream 4, in my opinion, it is the one out of the whole 7 films outside of the first film that actually holds up. And I actually think the other films in the series have ripped off 4, but whatever. Scream 1 and 6. Oh, I cannot stand the main actress in the Billy Loomis's daughter. Can't stand her. She's one of the worst actresses like under the sun. And then them doing what they did to Dewey. Jam is solid. Wait, what's Jam? Oh, child. You can't do horror. I don't say this. Scream is not horror. In my opinion, Scream is popcorn. Scream 1 is great. In my opinion, I think Scream is one of the few '90s like horror films that really hold up. Like I go back and watch that every once in a while. I'm trying to think of what else. Child's Play 3. I like Child's Play 1 quite a bit. Oh, I also don't like stupid movies. So yeah, hey, horror movies are my thing. They're not stupid. Some are actually pretty insightful, I would say. The new crop of horror movies that are coming out nowadays are pretty well done. I'll argue that. The Jam hosted by J.J. Allen. You mean Gigi Allen? He's dead though. I'm just kidding. AB and Matt.
Watching you, waiting, hunting you down.
I'm gonna look it up.
I know, not good.
So, Mom, why do you think the number of flock cameras has increased by over 80% under Trump?
They're trying to find out more things about people, I guess.
I know. I knew these people.
Why has the number of them exploded with over 100,000 new cameras going from 6?
You're watching Game of Thrones again? Don't do that to yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Those last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones are some of the worst fucking TV I've ever watched. And I finished it because I felt I had to finish it. Okay. Those last 2 seasons ruined the whole goddamn thing for me. Like I think about it and I'm like, ugh, I like it so much. Look, the first 2 seasons, 3 seasons, great. 4th season, all right. 5th, 6th, I'm like, Mary Lou, don't look at me like that. I know you like Game of Thrones.
6,000 to 110,000 under Trump.
Trying to find people coming after him, maybe?
You're not getting it.
No, I'm not. I guess
company,
not.
This company, Flock Safety, they can't put these cameras up without approval from state and federal government. So he's allowing this company to put their cameras everywhere. He allows Palantir. He asked Palantir this week to create a database of every human being in the United States. He wants to have a surveillance state so that he can find it.
George R.R. Martin was like, I can't land this plane. So he sold it to HBO to crash. So yeah, I actually do like House of the Dragon. The first season is really good. I haven't watched the second season yet. It's about the Knight of the Realm. Yeah. I do like that one. It's just Game of Thrones was so fucking rough. George R.R. Martin, by the way, I'll be very honest with you. I feel bad for the dude because like he has to go through and now write a book after the travesty that was those last couple of seasons. New one tonight. We're waiting until they're all done before you sit down and watch them all. We're in that category now of people who are like, I cannot wait a week to be like to sit there and shake in anger or sadness depending on what is happening in the show. So yeah, we did that with I think we're doing that with King of the Hill, unless I think they came out with all the episodes. We're gonna watch all the King of the Hill season, the new season soon. House of Dragon started off so brutal. It was rough. I mean, like it was jarring. I think ML goes on autopilot when Chad goes on about Palantir. Yeah, she doesn't care about this stuff. Probably lumps it with his MTG fantasy time. MTG fantasy time. Hey, it's mine too.
Anybody at any time and say like, that's a criminal.
Planeteer? Is that like some sort of game thing?
Criminal, just like the guy who was at the reflecting pool doing nothing.
That's
a criminal. Put him in jail. He vandalized a reflecting pool. He's Antifa. That's a leftist
one of my
terrorist. Whatever. He just needs to know where people are so that he can get them and do whatever the fuck he wants with them. It's like ICE too.
And
they're
then
just rounding up whoever they want, throwing them in handcuffs, putting them in prison, and throwing away the keys. None of these people are criminals.
Captain Planet and the Planeteers.
Nazi Germany now. Do you like understand what's going on?
Oh, this language to her does not compute. She's like, Nazi Germany. We're not in Germany. We're not the Nazis. You're just being a libtard, Haley. That's what she like. That's all I can imagine she's thinking. The fucking hamster in her fucking head is like on that wheel, just being like, it's slow, taking a second. He's like, what? Nazi? Germany? What?
Going on?
Not with cameras.
This
Nazi Germany didn't have cameras.
It's like a ramped up Nazi Germany because we have AI tech. You don't understand it?
I see what you're trying to tell me, but I don't see it quite.
We're not Nazis. Bovino is just eccentric. Yeah, great on Haley for bringing it up. But first, they should educate her on the Holocaust. That's the thing, though. She should know what the Holocaust is. She's fucking stupid. She should know. She doesn't care. She doesn't care.
Quite like that.
You are being.
I don't see it that way. It's a new way of saying it, right? Probably thinks it's fake. How can you move? Okay, I don't know if you. She's. No reason for a Booker to not see Nazis. Wow. Woo. I thought he said. I was like, wait, Booker, Boomer. Yeah, they had civilian informants instead of cameras. If you educate her this episode, it would be forgotten by the next episode. Like I said, Crivens, I for my own personal, I need to know if she is willfully ignorant or if she's just dumb. If she forgets it on the next episode, I can just chalk it up to her being dumb. And civilian informants were Nazi MAGA. Yeah, they were. She don't get it. She doesn't get it. She doesn't get it. Remember, you just heard her say, I don't see it that way.
I mean, this already happened. This is what Edward Snowden tried to kind of like unveil to us all. The NSA already has technology where they can just type in your name.
Yeah, I brought up Snowden earlier.
They can essentially watch your computer, cell phone, any.
Flock cameras are taking MAGA bootlickers' jobs. Yeah.
Device you have, they can look at anything on it. All your emails, messages, where you're going, what you've bought, what you're watching, what you're listening to. That's what Edward Snowden was trying to warn people of. And that's why he had to flee the country, because he basically did a whistleblower thing where he was like, here's what the NSA is doing. That is obviously classified information, but it was important information to let us all know what our own government is doing in terms of surveilling us. Now, it's out in the open. Now, companies like Palantir, like Flock Safety, are making deals with Trump to put their shit in everything so that they can collect all of the data, watch all of us all of the time.
Snowden is not in that embassy anymore, right? Like, how did they snuck him out? Where is he at now? Emil could be in line for Trump's beautiful Soylent Green machine, and she'd be rolling her eyes at Haley, warning her about it as they're walking into the Soylent Green machine. You have to remember, she'd be doing it like, Haley, you're just crazy. We're not getting turned into food. Are you stupid? This machine's called Soylent Green Maker. Come on. We're not getting turned into food. We're just going in to check out the Soylent Green machine. You know, she would do something like that. Like that is the type of person she is. I was so sad to hear that Jules died. Yeah, it was really sad. We were talking about it earlier. Brain infection is what I think was what people were telling me. But yeah, I saw the info yesterday, and then on saw a Facebook post that someone had put up that said that she had some sort of infectious disease. Yeah. ML nodding off and napping like Trump in the segment. Yeah. No, she's just thinking about Trump naked right now. She's not nodding off. Oh, yeah. I bet that diaper fits real snug. Ew.
And then Trump will be able to use that, or whoever's in charge will be able to use that technology, that database, and that level of surveillance to pinpoint anybody they want and find anything they want on us. And you go to jail, and you go to jail.
I can't imagine that being able to be perfected and happen with all of the people. I really can't.
They're doing it now. What are you talking about?
Gross? Yeah, it was pretty gross. I could have been even grosser and been like, yeah, Trump, fill that diaper up. Go Trump. Go Trump.
I don't know. It's like over my head, I guess.
How is it over your head?
That every person could be identified in the whole United States by a camera.
Yes. With facial recognition technology. They already have this in New York. The cops have a system like this that they use right now. So if they have like a suspect and they have a picture of a suspect, they throw it into this fucking thing and it's like, where is that person? And it goes into all the public.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Your lack of imagination is how they're getting it past you, MO. Data centers, slot cameras, driverless cars, facial recognition. It's all part of a lattice of coincidence that lays over everything. Yeah. She doesn't get it. She doesn't see it that way. Okay? I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way. Her goddamn phone has had facial recognition for like 15 years. She's got an iPhone 3. iPhone 3. I'm still on iOS 8. She never watched any of the Terminator movies. You know what? No, she probably has. Bob has probably owns them all. Stochastic oppression. She sure knows how to turn her brain on when it's Biden, though. She would have gave millions of reasons if Biden was doing it. Yeah. Implantable medical devices with Bluetooth. Mm-hmm. We're at a point where we're well past the point of no return, unless like some sort of solar flare knocks everything out. We're hosed.
Public cameras, and they're like, there it is. There's the person.
And they get the wrong people too. I do remember a story about that.
She's a kid. She literally probably only pays attention to the action parts, like when we were kids. All I can think of is Mary Lou just looking at the camera, going like, "Why are you guys talking to me like this? I'm just a little kid." I'm just a little kid. Stop talking to me like this. I don't understand.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I don't know that I've seen that story, but this technology already exists.
Yes,
what
this
story that I'm trying to explain to you is Trump is like throwing gasoline on it and getting rid of any kind of.
He's never seen China's camera issues. Well, they don't. He's like, well, that's just China.
Government regulation for these companies that want to have surveillance of every U.S. citizen because he's making money off it. He's benefiting from it.
Jurassic Park is the litmus test. If you find the lunch scene the best part of the movie, it means you're an adult. You're talking about the are you talking about when they finally go in and they all sit down to eat, right, at the table? God, it's been a while since I've watched Jurassic Park. And I didn't pay attention to that scene until I grew up. Or were they on a for some reason why I feel like I think they're on a boat. I don't know why, but I think it actually takes place inside the park in the building. I gotta go watch. I haven't watched Jurassic Park in forever. The Dobson scene is pretty good though. Or you're talking about if you're talking about the Dobson scene where he meets up with the backer who's trying to sneak out the genetic code, then that's a pretty good scene. That's a pretty good one.
When he, for example, buys stock in companies that give technology to Palantir 2 weeks before he allows Palantir to.
I also say this: anytime we put on a Jurassic Park movie, in particular the new ones, I don't even watch them because they're garbage. And I also don't like Chris Pratt. He's a piece of shit. Jabbing at the ethics of what they're doing. Yeah. Newman. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. I do like my God. I like Sam Neill in that movie. I like Laura Dern in that movie. And then I like The Fly, Jeff Goldblum in the movie as well. All three of them are great. I never got over R-Tax. I don't remember anything from the 90s other than how selfish Ross was on the giant door. Look, I'm gonna say this. I fucking hate Friends. I fucking hate Friends. Legend, by the way, I just picked up Legend on Blu-ray. It's Suzanne's favorite movie, but she's also like, the devil in that movie's hot. I'm like, it's Tim Curry under a lot of makeup and prosthetics. I just like what's her face, Jennifer, the one who's in all of those movies, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I just like her. Tom was kind of good in that. I'm not a Tom Cruise fan. I'm not a Tom Cruise fan either. Yeah, Chris Pratt is trash. Basically, I'm saying she don't get the plots of these movies and who is the bad guy and why. Yeah. The Last Unicorn is better than Legend. I haven't watched The Last Unicorn. I had the opportunity to pick it up in the 2000s on DVD. I kind of wish I picked up that copy because the copy was kind of expensive for a while. I think it came out on Blu-ray just recently too. Like in Terminator, we know who the bad guys are, but we weren't thinking of the implications of evil AI and such. That's how ML probably processes narratives. She's dumb as fuck. Never saw that, I don't think. It's a anime from the 80s. It became kind of like viewing for children in the 80s, I believe, as well. I didn't see it when I was a kid, so all I remember is David the Gnome was the thing that that was anime that we got here in the States very, very early on, that I watched. That was on Nickelodeon.
To make the deal to get those technologies, he has made more money in this last year than he has made, I believe, in his entire life combined.
Wow. Yeah.
You don't think that's a little suspicious?
True Romance is a great film. I agree. Tarantino would disagree, I think. Great fucking shootout. Love that movie. Yeah, Tarantino doesn't like anyone who directs his scripts. So outside of Rodriguez, which he was in from Dusk Till Dawn, and that movie's great. Pretty fun. I wouldn't say it's like a great. Actually, you know what? I'll take it. It's a good movie. I wouldn't say it's a great movie.
It's a lot.
It's got a good angle.
Yeah.
He's a criminal.
All right, moving on, I guess. The sixth topic I have today on our list is the Fauci hearing. This week, Dr. Anthony Fauci appeared before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, chaired by Senator Rand Paul, for a hearing on COVID-19's origins and the pandemic response. For nearly
what's
3
the
hours,
one where he's
Fauci
a radio DJ on a Pump Up the Volume? I saw that a few times as a kid. My dad bought it, being like, "You got to check out this movie, son." And then I watched it and I was like, "This is like completely against all of your morals and values, buddy." This movie is kind of ahead of its time. Legend of Heathers. Christian Slater's in that. What else is Christian Slater in that I'm forgetting about? Oh, he's in Alone in the Dark, the Ubao film. Never watched it though. I never watched it. It looked bad. I'm gonna look at The Last Unicorn real quick. I haven't. Yeah, 1982 film, Last Unicorn. Yep, anime. Mia Farrow is the unicorn in the movie. Neat. Jeff Bridges is Prince Lear. Chris Lee is King Haggard. Angela Lansbury is Mama Fortuna. Robin Hood movie. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. The ML COVID rant is truly reminiscent of the early days. Alexa, play True Colors. I see your true colors.
Questions invoking his Fifth Amendment right more than 100 times.
Watch it.
The dynamic was sharply partisan. Republicans, led by Paul, rehashed claims that COVID emerged from a lab in Wuhan rather than transferring naturally from animals, and criticized Fauci's pandemic recommendations. Republican senators repeatedly tried to goad him into responding, which he did not do. Democrats defended him, casting the hearing as an effort to entrap him into perjury, and top Democrat Gary Peters accused Republicans of, quote, relitigating history.
What the fuck is up with Timothy Oliphant making me feel like Samwise Gamgee, seeing him everywhere.
And scapegoating one person. Fauci holds a pardon, but his legal team concluded he shouldn't answer any new questions because Republicans had implied the pardon wouldn't apply to new statements. Did you watch any of this hearing?
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, it was
I saw a few clips where he refused to answer.
Timothy Oliphant, by the way, was in a movie I just watched the other day, and I was like, Deadwood cocksucker. I had a family friend being like, Deadwood is one of the greatest shows ever made. I sat down and watched it with him, like maybe a couple episodes, and was like, I'm watching this in the middle of like season like 3. I don't know anything that has happened. Here's awesome. I should check it out. God, what was that movie I watched him in? It was a new one with the dude from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. What was it? Oh, he's in Alien Earth? I didn't know that. Ash vs. Evil Dead? I fucking love Ash vs. Evil Dead. He was in that too? Here, I got his thing up here. It was like, I don't think he's in Ash vs. Evil Dead. Yes, he's in The Crazies. He's in Scream 2. He's one of the... Yeah, okay, I won't ruin that for people. God, what was the name of that fucking movie I just watched? I love hearing MAGA repeatedly use the phrase gain of function when talking about COVID now, because it sounds all sciencey and somehow proves whatever conspiracies they have about Fauci. Here's the thing. Did you like Lost? I tried to watch the first season and I couldn't get into it. It didn't get me like it got other people. I wanted to like it. Over Your Dead Body. That was the movie I saw him in.
Sure.
Yeah.
The way that they treated him.
ML misses the whole perjury trap point of pleading the fifth. Yeah, she's not smart. I was lost trying to follow it. To me, I kept telling myself, I'm like, it's going to get good. It's going to get good. And I think I got like 6 episodes in and I was just like, this is not my thing. It's like when people tell me I don't like watching Twin Peaks, I think that's what I think people feel when they try to watch Twin Peaks. I enjoy Twin Peaks. I think Twin Peaks is great. But I feel like it's that, where it's all like, it just didn't get you. It didn't get me. I didn't get it. And we were like, you know what? There's fans out here who love it. I'll let them have it. And then when you hear the ending of the show, I'm like, okay, well, I would have been pissed if I got to the end of the show and that was the ending. I'd be like, oh, cool. Thanks. Neato.
Specifically, there was one guy that like was cussing at him and shit.
Yeah.
The treatment was like unbelievable.
Well, he's a criminal for starters.
What's the crime?
What'd he do?
The crime is that he lied to us where the virus came from, that he lied to us that 6 foot social distancing had to be done. He made.
No, he didn't lie. We had to do something. We had a pretty fucking bad administration running the show during the period of time. And a thing that was turning into a killer of many people, they had to come up with something. I can look at this thing and I can go, look, I understand why we did certain things that we did. The problem was you had idiots like Mary Lou being like, I don't want to wear a mask. I can't breathe with a mask. There was someone who was, I used to interact with on Twitch. When they told me I don't wear masks because I can't breathe in them, I went, I have asthma. And I can breathe perfectly fucking fine in a goddamn mask. Don't give me that fucking bullshit, okay? Checked out a TV October 2001, hot off the news coverage of 9/11. Reality TV was all the rage. I had enough reality by then, so I just turned the TV off. I leaned into movies. I was in 2003. I was in high school when 9/11 happened. 2003 is when I graduated. That's when I stopped kind of really watching TV. Look, COVID was simultaneously a super dangerous China disease against Trump, but also don't wear masks or keep a reasonable distance in public. Yeah. The messaging was so poorly put out there.
Made that up himself.
It was bad.
That masking was effective.
Masking was effective if the people who were sick wore fucking masks. If you walked around and said, "Hey, your masks aren't working," after I got you sick, yeah. If you wore the fucking mask, bro, and stayed away from people, this wouldn't have spread. This is the cognitive dissonance that these motherfuckers deal with. Mary Lou was dumb enough not to understand how this all fucking happened and how it spread the way it did. You had idiots on fucking Fox News and all these other news sources being like, you get the, they're just trying to control you. They don't want you to do the thing you're supposed to be doing. They want to take your freedom away. They want to tell you how to live your fucking life. They want to tell you, oh, you need to stand in line. Oh, you want TP? I have to stand in line? No. The cruise ship. Yeah, that other thing too, though, that was wild. The problem was, though, is that it was gonna hit here no matter what. Trump said that keep the numbers down, keep the ship out at sea. I know. That was so dumb. Lost a lot of people during that time. Some of the folks telling her died in regret. Some of the folks telling her died in regret, telling her they were wrong. Fucking asshole. He's not a smart person. He has never been a smart person. That's the big thing about Trump. He's been a dummy his entire life. The problem is he was a dummy with money. He was smart enough to also know how to exploit and get dirt on people. The crime of lying to us. This is a person who won't denounce Trump, even though she acknowledged his lies about the poll, the Epstein files, the reason for the war, the casualties in the war, etc. Yeah, look. I think most people are look, we're all capable of being walking contradictions. Mary Lou is the biggest one.
We had a mental health crisis.
The biggest one.
When he did this to our country. There were more.
Dr. Berg, I forget her name. She sat there and let him say inject bleach. Yeah. We all remember sitting there watching it being like, can't we just put the light inside of them or inject bleach, right? Wasn't that one of those things? They got these lights. These lights, they can destroy anything, and then, yeah, several anti-masker COVID conspiracy influencers that she is citing died of COVID. Yeah, they did. I know there were so many people who were peddling this bullshit that died. Please put the light in my butt to kill COVID. We've got this tube-shaped one. Why does it have a penis head on it?
Youths that committed suicide than deaths from COVID. There was more domestic violence during the time that he locked us down. Vaccination was made very quick. It was not, a lot of people said it was not safe.
I had a dear friend that believed Trump saying COVID was just a flu. She died of COVID in October 2020. Her husband still believes it's all the fault of the Dems. Wait, did she say youths? Wait.
Suicide than deaths from COVID. He made that up himself. That masking was effective. We had a mental health crisis when he did this to our country. There were more youths that committed suicide.
Yeah, she did kind of say youth. Yeah, now they care about mental health. Yeah, they care about mental health when it suits them, and then when it doesn't suit them, they're like, "Oh, you're being dramatic," or "Oh, yeah." Like when it comes to gun rights, they're like, "Well, we should really be, screening people for mental health related issues." And then when it's like, "Hey, I need life saving, or I have I need something that involves mental health related things," it's like, "Well, then you're gonna pay out the ass for it. Get over it, bro." She's confident now because it's an old talking point pre-Trump. Yep. Operation Warp Speed was Trump's policy. You twit. Yep. But no, they like to say that it wasn't Trump's policy. It was Anthony Fauci's doing. This is how they absolve Trump of anything. They don't also recognize the fact that Trump took the fucking COVID vaccine after getting COVID. Like, he was one of the first people, I believe. I've worked with the public, even without COVID. People are disgusting, sneezing and coughing without covering their mouths or using a tissue. Yeah, no one does the Dracula cough, which drives me up the fucking wall when I see people being like, or I'm like, bitch, go fucking look. It's easy. Just do that. Just do that. He got the monoclonal antibodies. He totally did. We're having a mental health crisis because of the damage Trump is doing. We've been having a mental health crisis for I'm going to even say a decade. And it's getting worse. It's just getting worse. Free Will Sasso doing dude's throat clearing. They don't do dudes anymore, right? One hacking cough. Two hacking coughs. All right. One blah, blah, blah. Okay, I can't do the count. But I wish I could. I'm more likely to be able to do Kermit the Frog than anything else. Not for a few years. Well, why did they quit doing it? That's the question I have. Why? Count vid-19. Damn. That's good. That would be a good video.
Side than deaths from COVID. There was more domestic violence during the time that he locked us down.
That has nothing to do with COVID.
Vaccination was made very quick. It was not, a lot of people said it was not safe. Some people said they died from it. And we do know people died from COVID too. But just the way he handled it, I think it was very bad. And I think...
Sued by Tom fucking Brady in the state of George Carlin. Also, that stupid ass Young Sheldon spinoff is what I heard. Wait, why the Young Sheldon spinoff? Because of gain of function. The amount of coughing, hacking, burping, spitting, and farting I have had to tolerate in my marriage, I'm surviving nuclear winter. Me too. My wife would probably say the same thing about me as well. Myrna was in the works for several years before COVID came. Really? I didn't know that. Young Sheldon coming in off the top rope, brother. Will got a job on a boring sitcom. There we go. Okay. I was going to say, did he get a job on it? Good for him. Good for him.
I would call him a criminal.
So there's a lot that you just said there. Let me ask you about, you said when he locked us down.
Right.
Meaning when we all had to stay in our houses and...
Quarantine.
Right. So do you think that he did that to the whole world?
He did it to the United States to start.
And then every other country did the same shit because this was a fucking pandemic.
He was not transparent to us where the virus came from to start.
Hang on.
What the fuck?
Let's stay focused on this. Do you think Fauci was responsible for quarantining the entire world?
No.
Okay. So then we can erase that one from the list of the complaints that you had. We can get rid of that.
She's now absorbing psychic damage. You just watch her going.
One, right? Because the whole world did that.
Right. They just followed what he said to do. When
I don't think that's right.
He didn't know what to do. No one knew what to do.
I don't think that's right. We were not the first country to quarantine.
And we were certainly not there were lots of countries that were still under quarantine when we were
sipping the point, yeah.
Released to go out in the public.
China was the first country to enact large-scale quarantine and lockdown during COVID, specifically locking down the city of Wuhan. And on after that. It was not us.
He misled us saying that was from a virus from dead animals or whatever, when in fact it was from the lab that leaked it.
No, there still is no evidence either way. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows the origin.
There is very definitely, I think, some kind of cover-up being done by the Chinese government in regard to that, where it actually came from or whatever. But nobody actually knows. And what you're talking about with the vaccine killing people, there's no evidence of that. The only evidence we have about how the vaccine affected people who had COVID was that it actually reduced mortality rates.
Just like any vaccine. Think about influenza. Think about all the vaccinations that we get as children.
And this woman lived through COVID. This woman lived through COVID, believes the quote unquote jab didn't work. There's people walking around here who, look, I'm someone who got it. The day after I got it, fucking felt terrible. Absolutely fucking awful. Knocking them down, Chad and Haley. Oh yeah, I know ML is unvaxxed. I know she's an anti-vaxxer. This is anti-vaxxer 101 talking points. I'm jabbed 1 booster. I think I've had 4 total. I'm also dead. I'm a zombie. It's like the early earthquake scientists being absolutely crucified for earthquakes happening. Wait, what? That's crazy.
Children. At one point in time, people died from those. They no longer die from those things because we have vaccinations. What was he to do? What were we supposed to do?
Yeah.
Did you not want a vaccine for COVID? You wanted to just run rampant?
I didn't take the vaccine. I thought it was made too quickly, too fast, and I was willing to get the virus to let my body try to overcome it, then take a vaccine that I didn't know what was in it.
That's insane.
Your father and I did not take the vaccine. You know this.
That's crazy.
And we made it through.
We did on the inside. I did
get,
me too.
Get COVID, and so did your dad. But
well, I took
we were the lucky ones.
I took multiple vaccines, and nothing happened to me.
Okay, ask your brother.
I took multiple vaccines and also got COVID.
I mean, yes, I also got COVID.
And he also had the room spinning around and became very sick.
Okay, so one day of feeling awful or dying. What do I do, George? It's this stupid fucking like logic. Look at her. That shit is deadly. Fucking moron.
What?
On the booster. You told me on the booster you became very sick.
Chad almost died getting the vaccine.
No, that is a massive exaggeration. It did make me a little sick, but as any vaccine can do.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, whatever. But I didn't.
That happens when you get like the flu shot.
No, it does not with me. I get flu shots. I get pneumonia shots.
Fine. It happens to other people. Like you get a little hit of that virus.
She's just now working her way through that on camera. And also those clips of the woman with the shakes doing the stanky leg, right? Whatever. Move on.
Virus.
Well, I happen to know one of Dad's friends died from the vaccine. Got blood.
He got blood. Okay.
Clots in the lungs and was gone 6 months later.
I'm sure there were underlying health conditions there.
No, not really.
Yes, you don't just.
Yeah, Yeah, I wonder what ML thinks. Okay, here's the thing though. They weren't going to get the vaccine no matter what anyway. It took 6 months after this guy got the vaccine to quote unquote pass away because of the vaccine.
Just go out like that.
Doesn't happen to me, so it doesn't happen. Yeah, I wonder what ML thinks of the rise in measles because of anti-vaxxers. Well, she doesn't think about it because I'm already vaccinated. She's going to say this. I've already been vaccinated for measles. What does that have to do with anything? Because she doesn't think about anything other than for herself. She doesn't fucking care. Like she has that man's medical chart. Yeah, it's the illegals. Here's the thing. She heard from someone who knew that friend, who went to that friend's funeral, or knew someone who went to that friend's funeral, and they were like, yeah, he died from a COVID jab. And really, he was like, he died because he was full of fucking blood clots. My mom and youngest son cannot get a flu shot. They're highly allergic to something in them, and they were both advised not to get the COVID vaccine. And you see, Kat, that is different than being like, I'm avoidant of it. I don't want to take it. That's different. Then that makes sense. Like if they're harmed or hurt, the people around you and the people in their life should do every precaution to keep them safe by wearing a mask, and especially if they're sick. I don't care if they've got like a cold or anything like that. That would be the end goal of that. In a world where someone can't get a vaccine, you do everything you can to prevent that person from being exposed to that, to COVID or to measles or any of those things. You're right. She's self-absorbed. Yeah. COVID caused cardiovascular damage. They're blaming the vaccine. Yeah. They use the excuse of underlying health conditions when people died of COVID, but use it when people die from the jab. It is a look. There's no rhyme or reason. They pull shit out of their ass, and then when they are confronted on, they're like, "You're just trying to get me caught up in a lie here." And it's like, no, we're trying to hold you accountable. All right, you're just saying shit. The lady Fauci Algie, who was that? Look. The problem with the conservatives, especially the anti-vaxxers, is that they are Boebert. I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, actually. MTG. ML and the others that believe COVID vaccine kills is not understanding that people can be severely allergic to the vaccine, which is, but I count that as a completely different thing. I think if you're lumping people who are allergic to a vaccine and didn't know they were allergic, that is, I think those are two different things. And if they're doing that, then they're looking at the data incorrectly. Like nailing Jello to a wall, can't do it. Jello says sound pretty good. I don't remember.
Okay. I know people died from COVID too, and I'm sorry about that.
So why do you think Republicans called this hearing with Fauci?
Because they believe that it wasn't handled correctly, and they just wanted some answers out of him that he wouldn't give. He wouldn't even give answers, 110 times?
Yeah.
You know who
That's
else?
ridiculous.
You know who else doesn't give answers?
If he had nothing to hide, he would tell the truth.
Donald
he would
Trump.
give him the answer.
Interesting. Now, will you apply that same
anyone
logic
in
to
Donald Trump's
and the Epstein
administration?
files?
How many times did he plead the fifth?
Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Every time the Epstein files are brought up.
Okay, no. They need to bring up he has not been, I don't think, subpoenaed to talk about the Epstein files. Trump has. But you can bring up the other times where he's pleaded the fifth in like recorded testimony because he's done it. He thinks the vaccine has a higher body count than COVID. Yeah. Talking to folks like ML and nailing down their points that melt like Jello. Over 450 times Trump has pleaded the fifth. There you go. It's a witch hunt, Mary Lou. They want a scapegoat, Mary. She doesn't understand. She don't give a shit. She don't care. As long as she can make her point and feel that she is right, she's going to just say shit.
I've been exonerated. Move on. He literally said we need to move on as a country from the Epstein files.
Well.
Yeah, October 2022, he pleaded the fifth 440 times.
Fauci wouldn't answer a damn.
I bet it's more than that if you do the totality of any time he's been brought up to give testimony for anything.
Question. So
neither will Trump. Why won't Trump?
Chad already explained why he won't answer questions.
Why?
He's been pardoned. So if he says literally anything, they're going to try to put him in prison, where he does not belong, by the way.
I thought you meant that's what.
But Mom, you said if he's not guilty, he should be able to answer these questions. So can you apply that same logic to Trump and the Epstein files?
Yeah, he answers. He says, "I'm not guilty."
Okay.
I didn't do anything. Say that. I'm not guilty.
But Trump's name is in the Epstein files more than anybody else. You think he's not guilty? You're just going to take him at face value. You already know that he lied about the guy at the reflecting pool, was willing to put that guy in jail forever. Right. A lie.
He was, but the judges wouldn't.
Okay.
Jesus.
I think that wraps up our show. That's all that I had on my list. I hope that I got all the most important things. Like I said, it's interesting.
Trump needs to do some LSD. What would you get out of that? What would we get out of that?
When you're out of the country, the news that reaches you is like slightly different, you know. I know that there are a bunch of big things happening. There are fires in Spokane. I'm sure you've seen those. Horrific. I've seen some stuff about Max Miller, that guy who's a Republican senator, and the accusations of abuse.
Right. Yeah. The one who threw like scalding water on his wife and broke his 2-year-old's collarbone.
Yeah. And the Republicans are just like, well, I don't know. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
He's fine.
Right.
Yeah. I think he was sponsored by his father-in-law too, right?
Anyways, Mom.
hallucinogens typically humanize people. I don't think it would humanize him. If anything, it'd give him some ideas.
That wraps up the rest of this show. Mom, you have something you wanted to say?
Well, let's say we love each other. I love you, Chad. I love you, Haley. I love you, Bob. Bob's getting better.
I love you, Haley. I love you, Mom. And I love Dad, too.
I love you guys and Dad.
I'm going to talk about a girl. I'll try to get through this. I can do this. Juliana Joy Curry. She was a beautiful young lady, my best friend. I don't even know why she was my best friend. I'm 71. She was 26. I want to make a tribute when I talk about her today. She was on our podcast. She's my MAGA friend. She was loyal to me and Shiny. She helped me ride Shiny. She helped me get whatever I needed at the barn, her and her boyfriend, Aaron. She was on, when she was younger, a scholarship in Kansas, a rodeo girl. She did the breakaway roping. She was really good at that. The first time I ever met her, I saw her come out of a tack room at a barn. I go, wow, who is that? I want to be just like her. She had on blue jeans that were rolled up like the cowgirls do. And I stuck out my hand. I said, who are you? I said, I'm Mary Lou. She said, I'm Jules. I said, wow. I said, I love those jeans. She said, thanks. I said, what are you doing here? She said, I'm going to just do a few trail rides. I said, you are so good. They're going to use you for a lot of things. And from there, she became an instructor. She did trail rides. She did lessons. She did summer camps. She was so good. They used her with all the horses, and she fed horses there too. She taught me a lot about riding. She taught Shiny a lot and made him become a better horse. She was the first one that came to our house after Dad got home from the hospital once and brought us some food. She brought her dog. So she was our first visitor at home. I have so many happy memories with her. And every time I had been with her, we laughed and laughed and laughed. We never talked sad stuff. We did talk politics. She believed the same things I did, which is very odd because she's so young. Like I keep saying, why was she my kindred soul? I don't know. We loved animals, I guess. We loved horses. We loved politics. And she loved our podcast. She would always say, Mary Lou, say what you want to say. Haley and Chad are kind of beating you down, but say what you want to say back to them. But be careful with the words you use. I was, like I said, honored that she was my friend. Each time she left the barn, I'd say, thank you, Jules. We love you. Shiny loves you. And we'd hug. She was young, smart, full of life ahead. She passed away yesterday. She loved Aaron, her boyfriend. She couldn't wait to marry him and have babies. She loved her family, her niece and nephew that I always got pictures of. She left her job as a paramedic and she was studying to be a physician's assistant. She shared food pictures with me all the time. We loved to go eat Mexican food. Bob would take us out, margaritas, 2 sips for me. I was under the table. We were laughing. Her signature color, of course, is pink. If you have a best friend and you don't know their signature color, you don't have a best friend. I'm so glad that we rode Shiny together. I'm so glad I got to spend such great times with her. Life is never given. Each second that we live is a blessing. If you are thinking about talking to a family member, if you're thinking about talking to somebody that you haven't, if you're thinking about telling someone you love them, tell them today. Go have shenanigans. That's what Jules and I did. One time we went to a barn. She'd always take me to new barns when I needed to be packed up and go. One time she took me to a new barn. There was no bathroom. We had to pee in a coffee cup or in a coffee can outside. Those are the kind of shenanigans we did. I know she believed in God. We talked about it. I know she's a better believer than I was, so now I want to be better. I know she's in heaven. I know I'm a better person because of her. I'll miss her greatly. I was supposed to ride horses with her today. She was supposed to ride my Shiny. And what happened? She had heat exhaustion down at her job. Then she came back hydrated, went back down. She thought she was doing okay, but some kind of bacterial infection got into her brain. They care flighted her back to Oklahoma City. And they made the decision on Saturday, yesterday, about 1 o'clock, and I got the call from Aaron. She loved her boyfriend, and he loved her. We will miss you, Jules, greatly.
Damn, I'm really sorry, Mom. I've met her a couple of times, and obviously she was on the show. It's such a sad story. And
I'm able to do this because my brain is not allowing me to even think yet that this has even occurred. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even though I've got phone calls, I've talked to everyone, my brain's not allowing me to grasp it yet. It will later. Nice. I guess I'm in denial.
Like anybody dying is always sad, but someone so young is like the worst.
26. Mm-hmm. Sympathy to her family, nice to her. Sympathy to her brother's.
All right. I was looking over, I was like, I'm reading the chat, I'm like, look, I'll be honest with you. I think I'll be honest. It's nice that she had a friend. I do. When I think about it, it is kind of like a question of why are you hanging out with a 70-something-year-old woman? But I digress. It's really sad that someone that young passed away. But yeah, shit. It's fucked. That is so not good. 70-year-old lunar fly, Joel. Look, I think not to talk ill of the dead or anything like that. I think it speaks to kind of like the community they were around, and maybe that's, maybe that's all she was around. I don't know. But yeah, it's sad that someone that young could get that kind of sick and then pass away very quickly. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it other than like that is just ultimately sad. I also firmly believe that I also believe that if Jules were around, I think different people, or even just around people who had her kind of question things, probably have a different outlook on life. It's capitalism that killed her. No. Now, in larger communities, you're frequently around people of all ages. Are they in a? Okay, like I guess the question is, do you think they're in an area with a lot of people? I don't think so.
Sisters and Erin and her horses and her puppies, and they will all be taken care of. And I'll miss you, Jules.
Yeah, our sympathies to the family as well. That's a really just horrible story. But thanks, Mom, for doing the show today. I hope at least talking to me and Haley, was helpful to some degree. We do love you. We're here for you.
I know. Okay.
And we'll be back next Sunday.
I sent you a picture of her too, if you want to put it up later.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them from you. I'll put them all in this thing.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I'm sad for her loss, but I'll say it. Parts of this tribute feel like a deliberate attempt to get sympathy from for other reasons than the loss. With how aggressive she was this episode, I don't think I didn't get sad during the entire episode until she mentioned it. Now people grieve differently. I know I grieve differently, a lot differently than other people. It takes me a bit to get to that point. I think it's when I go to the funeral, that's when it kind of dawns on me. But they're like, look, I'll talk about like when my grandmother passed away. I felt very lost. Like I couldn't really like formulate how I felt. It kind of also showed in I think how I was interacting with people. Really didn't have much to say. And then when I finally went there, I kind of like found out, the reason I was feeling this way is like I didn't know how to process it until I was actually confronted with it. That's why I was quiet. Tables are obviously a rental facility. They'll share the facility and fellow equestrians. I'm not bothered by their age gap friendship. That's true. Yeah, it's rough to be mourning someone and have people all be all sus. Yeah, I mean, look, my take is like, look, I feel bad for Mary Lou. It does appear that that she had a friend. They passed away, and they passed away, I would say, very quickly, very quickly. Hey, Tina, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm probably gonna get out of here in a few minutes anyway. I want to go, I think, eat. I'm gonna eat something. And also, it's a little early. I can actually go watch a movie and maybe work on some video stuff. See, I don't know. I'm gonna try and get a video out this week sometime. I'm gonna do I think a I have EMDR on Wednesday and not tomorrow. But I'm going to do the next stream probably on Thursday. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday. We'll see. I'm going to see how I'm going to feel Wednesday. So tentatively Wednesday afternoon. Maybe with an extra one on Thursday, or maybe Thursday. I'm not going to do on Friday because I got The Hobbit pre-release for Magic. Oh. So I'm going to go do that. So I have to be mentally not drained before I go and do that because I have to interact with people, and interacting with people is like, ugh. I don't want to do it. Wednesday maybe and Thursday, but Thursday for sure. Thursday for sure. Alrighty. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This is a quick one. This is faster than I normally do it. Yeah, everyone, take care of yourself. I will see you soon. Good night.